It is loading through. Okay, we're all set.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone, anyone that's joining us through the YouTube. And welcome to this morning's meeting of Labor and Housing. This is a lot of work to do today. I'll go through the agenda in a moment, but just want to take a couple of seconds to introduce our committee members. My name is Joe Rafferty. I'm a senator from District 34, and I represent Acton, Lebanon, parts of Berwick, North Berwick, Wells, and Kennebunk. And I am the Senate chair. And next we'll hear from our House chair, Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mike Sylvester. I represent District 39, which is the Eastern Peninsula portion of Portland and the Fighting Islands of Casco Bay, where we keep our eyes averted towards the sky, but our shovels poised.
Yeah, I think we're all going to use those shovels here in the next 24 hours, sounds like, but that's all right. We really need it. I'm looking for Senator Guerin and not seeing her on board. And Senator Marymount, while we have you, we'll take advantage of it.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, Dave Marymount, represents Senate District 12, which is most of Knox County, including the islands and the mountains and peninsulas and all but the town of Washington, but they like to work with both of us. So me and Senator Maxman, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes, good morning. I'm Representative Dick Bradstreet from House District 80, and that's comprised of Windsor, Somerville, part of Augusta, my hometown of Vassalboro. And I won't toot my own horn or toot Vassalboro's horn, even though Maine Criminal Justice Academy is located there. So I won't mention that.
Well, thank you. And Representative Cuddy, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville, which is House District 98. And I'm looking forward to spending a little time fixing my snowblower later today.
Yeah, I hope it gets fixed. Good luck with that. Representative Drinkwater.
Good morning, Gary Drinkwater, Representative 121, Elton, Argyle, Corinth, Hudson, and my hometown of Milford.
Thank you. Good morning. Representative Gear.
Good morning, Tracy Gear, representing the good people of District 9, and that's Kennebunkport and the coastal parts of Biddeford and Kennebunk.
Thank you and good morning. Representative Morris.
Good morning. I'm Representative Joshua Morris from Turner, representing the towns of Turner, Leeds, and Livermore. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you. Representative Pebworth and your guest.
Good morning, everyone. I will apologize on a regular basis for the felines that pass through. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Good morning. Representative Prescott.
As I mentioned, he won't be here with us this morning.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you, Dick. I didn't make a note of it. Representative Rader.
Thanks. Amy Rader. I represent District 125, which is a portion of Bangor, and I also might have a rogue cat situation occasionally as well. Thank you.
It's all right. If any of these rogue cats stir my puppy, we'll have a, it'll be like the animal kingdom here. Representative Warren, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Sophie Warren. I represent Coastal Scarborough, which is also my home district.
Thank you. And also with us this morning, we have some analysts. I saw Steve, there he is. Steve Langland.
Hi, Steve Langland, Legislative Analyst for the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And Lucia, we're going to give you the floor again.
Lucia Nixon, Analyst, Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
Thank you very much. And good morning, Rachel. Rachel Tremblay.
Good morning. I'm Rachel Tremblay, Office of Fiscal and Program Review.
Thank you very much. And our clerk in hiding, I think, at the moment.
No, right
Alyssa
here.
Thompson. All right,
Good
Alyssa
morning.
Thompson, there you are. Good morning, folks. Before we get going too far, I have sent out, I think you all have received from Steve, and I know a couple of different times. So some things on our agenda this morning are we're going to vote on our committee rules. Also, we have a work session on supplementary budget before we move into our guests in terms of the state agencies, which will probably be kicking in sometime around 10. So relative to committee rules, I have not received any questions or anything like that. I know that we will have open that for discussion, but were there any questions or any clarifications needed before we do that?
I have a question. Are we able to enter amendments to the rules if we so choose? And I think that's what that is in regarding is the 2 weeks notice on public hearings. I'd like to make sure that there's language in the bill rather than just a concept draft. I'd also like to address amendments. I think it's unwise for us to vote on amendments when they come up for us that day without having time to absorb them and let the public look at them. So those are the two issues I have. I'm not so much care if they're necessarily in the rules, as long as we observe those practices. I'd be fine with that.
I may be corrected by some of the more experienced legislators, but in any case, I think we'll hold that for the discussion period. Seeing nothing else, can I get a motion? I'll entertain a motion to motion is made. I see Representative Sylvester.
I would move to pass the rules as written.
And second.
Seconded. Any discussion? And I think that
I'd like to before I make
go ahead, Dick.
Amendment, I'd just like some assurance that we'll follow the practices of what I suggested in the interest of transparency and proper notice to the public before we take anything of substance in any bill. As long as that's a committee practice, then I'm fine with that, and I'm ready to support the motion.
Well, I'm going to address what I think the practice is, and I'm going to. All right, I see some hands up. Representative Sylvester, followed by Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that, I certainly, Representative Bradstreet and I served on this committee last time, and I know what he's concerned about. And as I said before, I think that we're very interested in making sure that people who have concept drafts have them fleshed out beforehand and not having them come up. And I think that if someone arrives at the podium with a with a concept draft that we haven't seen. I think that people should definitely take that into consideration. I think out of courtesy, I tried to look back and go through, my notes from last time in terms of whether or not we would vote the same day that we saw something. And I didn't see a lot of times that we did that. But I think that certainly if any of the chairs or leads or members, felt that we weren't ready to vote on a bill, it's been this committee's courtesy to hold off until everybody could fully grasp the bill and receive comment. I think my problem with setting a firm rule is just that I like to make sure that legislators from both parties have the full option to be able to exercise all their rights, and sometimes things happen, but I am of the same mind that we want to know what bills are about and make sure that the public has the opportunity to comment on them before they arrive at the podium. So I don't know if that's helpful, Representative Bradstreet, but I think that we're really working to try to make sure that bills are not only have content before, but have had attempts to be fixed and fleshed out and don't show up at the podium. They show up ready for prime time at the podium.
Yeah, I understand that. One of the concerns I do have, though, is that sometimes we have amendments within the committee and we don't, they're almost expected to vote on them or act on them, and somehow the day they're given to us. And I think it has been a common courtesy if anybody votes to table something, then it's usually respected. If the reason for tabling is that we haven't had time to digest the body of the amendment. I don't need to discuss this any further. I'm okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Senator Mearmont?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The most of it was said by Representative Sylvester. I just want to be sure that we aren't restricting ourselves. The rules are good rules, and sometimes it's the whole committee that while working on it comes up with some idea and changes the whole bill. That's pretty substantive, but we usually have agreement, not necessarily unanimous agreement, but we also, tabling motions aren't debatable, so they go with a straight up or down vote pretty quickly. And usually that's also something that you'll see that there's maybe a consensus going on for or respect for, but sometimes it isn't. And that's okay too. It's not like we're trying to say that. It's just that there's a reason for and it doesn't, I mean, sometimes I might be the one who wishes that it would be continued. It doesn't feel great, but it is part of the way it works. And we've always tried to give the max respect for everybody's ideas. I know that in every committee, and I've been on a lot of different ones, and I'm sure this is no different.
Yeah, the only thing I would like to point out, at the time's a little bit different now. We're doing everything remotely, and it's the public that I'm concerned about being able to see what's going on. That's all.
And my understanding is basically we're asking for a 2-week notice. You should have the bill. And I would echo Senator Mearmont's thoughts that oftentimes, and doing my own research, but I can't go back on experience, but asking several other folks in legislature different questions, they were felt that one of the strengths of this was that oftentimes committees could make some recommendations, adjustments and so forth to bills and actually strengthen bills. So I hope that helps. Any other discussion? And then seeing no hands, it's like to move the vote, please. And I would ask that Alyssa would, I'm sorry, Representative Bradstreet, do you have another question?
No.
Oh, okay.
Is my hand up? I don't think it is.
I'll ask Alyssa that you do a roll call vote, please.
So motion pass as written. Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Senator Guerin, absent. Senator Miramont,
Yes.
Senator Miramont, yes. Representative Sylvester,
Yes.
Representative Sylvester, yes. Representative Bradstreet,
Yes, I believe Senator Guerin is with us now as well.
oh, did I miss Senator Guerin? I don't see Senator Guerin. Do other folks see Senator Guerin?
I don't yet, but
Okay. I'll keep an eye out for her.
thank you.
Representative Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy,
Yes.
Representative Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater,
Yes.
Representative Drinkwater, yes. Representative Gear,
Yes.
Representative Gear, yes. Representative Morris,
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Pebworth,
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott, absent. Representative Rader,
Yes.
Representative Rader, yes. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Warren, yes. The yeas have it with 11 yeas and 2 absent.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you very much.
Mhm.
Yes.
it's something we learned in our committee in Marine, and also I saw the executive director and legislative council using was in these roll call votes, the clerk could say the name of the senator or representative and get the answer and didn't have to repeat the name if that helps move things. It seems that it's allowable if you guys choose to do that. I'm just pointing it out, so you have the option.
Thank you. Alyssa, if that's easier for you, fine. I don't want to, stumble with your script if you have it written out a specific way. So, all right. Thank you very much. I'm going to take these out. Can't do it. My wife's louder than I in the other room, either way. So, in any case, thank you, folks, very much. And up next on our agenda is the supplementary budget. And Mr. Representative Sylvester, can I call on you to give us any insight that you picked up the other day? I know you were back and forth in terms of trying to attend both meetings at the same time.
Yeah, I was just scrambling to pull up my document. So Steve, I don't know if you can post the link to that in the chat. That would be great. It was very short discussion, and basically as you look through the pieces, as I said, there was some state funding, some programs and state funding that was moved to federal funding. I asked specifically about the 2 positions that were frozen in blind services, and asked whether or not those would be, because anybody who's been through a few budget cycles, sometimes you see something in a biennial budget where a department will say this was cut because it was federal funding and the federal funding ended, right? And so what I wanted to make sure was that those services were retained, because as we heard, the return on investment on those positions in terms of being able to not only have federal grant matches 3 to 1, so for every $1 we put in, we get $3, but also it might even have been $4 on that particular program, but also just the ability to have people go back into the workforce, and to enter the workforce, the importance of that to employers and to employees who are looking to enter the workforce. And so I was guaranteed that, yes, they were looking to put those back in the biennial, that because they had during the pandemic, had such a problem filling those positions with being able to find people to take them, that it seemed that the process would take probably into the biennial budget discussions in any event. So so we were guaranteed those positions would come back, and everything else was either making sure that we were right on the number for rent and those and other positions, or because there had been something had decreased because we weren't using the amount of space we were using because of COVID and those sorts of things. So I was satisfied with the answers that we got. Most of it, like I said, was just pro forma budget stuff. And those two positions were the only real substantive change.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions on that? All right, I'm looking.
I think Senator Warren has a question, or Representative Warren. I just promoted you. Congratulations.
There we go. And then Representative Bradstreet. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I was seeing Representative Pepworth. I don't know if
Oh,
did I miss? I'm so sorry.
that's okay.
I was trying to.
That's all right. Thank you. I was trying to do something in the chat, but all right. How about Representative Pepworth and then Representative Bradstreet, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Warren. I appreciate that. I wondered about Labor Relations Board 0160 with the justification being this initiative may result in a reduction in hearings. Representative Sylvester, do you have anything about that?
If in the briefing that we got the other day, they were talking about how they were having things go virtual. And so I believe that they are expecting to have fewer in-person hearings, which requires, I'm honestly not sure what the cost would be on that versus having a virtual hearing, but they were expecting to have fewer in-person hearings. So that's what I understand that decrease is in order to be able to put them on what they think will be the cost. And since all departments were asked to decrease budget, that's where they were finding that they might have some savings.
Thank you, Mike. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think when I heard the meeting was pretty brief before Appropriations Committee, and they were pretty satisfied with what they saw here. So I'd like to thank the Labor Department for doing all that. And I think Representative Sylvester did answer a question I had about rent. I wonder how far in advance we can predict the rent, and if that will, maybe some savings in rent will be realized in the biennial budget as well. I would also like to encourage, well, the Labor Department, all departments for that matter, in light of the difficult time that the small business community has had and the budget discussions that are going on right now, to do the best they can to ferret out any savings they can find, because I think this year is going to be very critical going forward that we operate as lean a budget as we can in light of what's happened. So that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Steve?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that we do have Rachel Tremblay from OFPR. So if there are any general questions about what the process is or anything, she'll be able to answer those. And as far as the initiatives in the link that I sent you in the chat, we do have the commissioner and the deputy commissioner from the Maine Department of Labor on Zoom. So if you have any questions, they should be able to answer those as well. And for the one initiative pertaining to Maine housing, we do have Dan Brennan and Peter Merrill on Zoom as well.
Thanks very much. Representative Sylvester.
I guess I would just ask the commissioner if I left anything out that she wanted to add, or in my summary of the budget discussions, or if I came reasonably close.
If I may respond, good morning. I'm Laura Fortman. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Labor, and I think Representative Sylvester did an excellent job of summarizing our budget proposal.
Thanks very much. And Any other questions or anyone? Yes, Representative Bradstreet.
Yeah, okay, I forgot to lower my hand, but while I'm at it, is this the proper place to ask Maine Housing about a couple of their budget items or budget items, or should we wait till we have a discussion later on when they do their presentation? It's 6 or a half dozen.
Well, did they pertain to the supplementary piece, or are you just looking at general questions relative to their budget?
Well, I'm not sure. I know that there's a new position created. I don't know if that's in the supplemental budget or not. I'm just kind of curious about that.
Well, what we can do, Representative Sylvester.
So the piece, that's an alarm saying that I need to wake my son. So the one piece that's in there right now is on the home modification services. It's the very first initiative on the bill, and it finds the $37,500. So I don't know if Director Brennan had any comment on that, and if you had a specific question on that, Representative Bradstreet, I think it would be totally appropriate to do so now.
Good morning, everyone. Dan Brennan, Director of Maine Housing here. Nice to see you all. I know that Peter Merrill's been tracking this and probably can speak to it better than I can. Peter?
Thanks, Dan. This is a program that we were running. It was a tax credit program to allow people to make modifications to their home for wheelchair access and that sort of thing. And then they could apply for a tax credit. What the $37,000 in this in the supplemental and $50,000 in the regular budget reflects the cost of administering that program. We worked with the tax committee and with Maine Revenue Services. The fact is, if you earn $55,000 or less, the likelihood of your being able to take advantage of a tax credit is minimal. In fact, in the entire time the program has been up, it was used once. And so we worked to try and find a better way to do this. And we have a program in-house that is a grant program to provide this service now. And we'll look to refine that and make sure that it overlaps just fine. But the other program was a well-intended program that was not efficient. And so we got rid of it, or getting rid of it. And I'll just say quickly, so we don't have to do this later. We do have a new position. I'd like to introduce Eric Jorgensen, who most of you may know. He has joined us as Director of Government Relations. There's no budget impact to the general fund at all for that.
Thank you very much. So, do we have any other questions? All right, well, I have to go. I'm trying to work back and forth here. Steve, go ahead.
I think, did Representative Drinkwater have a question first? It looked like his hand might have been up.
Yes, I do.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see it. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Mr. Chair. I see that we're relying on available federal funds. Are these funds coming from the COVID Relief Act that was passed by the federal government? Where are these federal funds coming from?
Can anyone offer any insight to that?
Commissioner Fortman, do you have an answer to that one?
Good morning. This is Deputy Commissioner Kim Smith, if I may.
Thank you.
So there's a shift in the regulation and enforcement account, which is on page A70 of the budget document. Those positions are being shifted into federal occupational safety and health grants. It is not related to the CARES Act. We do have sufficient funding to move those positions into the federal award, and that request will continue into the biennial budget. In the Employment Services Activity Program, we are also shifting some funding there for some positions, and that is just within available resources. As we talked about a little bit before, the department's funding is counter-cyclical, so as economies decrease, that's when our federal grant funding increases. So not really related to the CARES Act, but it is a reflection of the economy in general.
Representative Drinkwater, does that answer your question, sir?
It did, Mr. Chair, and I'm making an assumption here. I'm assuming this is for the supplemental budget we're talking about. These positions for the budget coming up, the biennial budget, are we still looking for federal funds to cover those positions in the upcoming fiscal year?
For the occupational safety and health positions, yes, it is the same federal grant.
Thank you. Any other questions? Steve, do we need to vote on that, or it's just?
Yeah, so procedurally, it's really up to the committee. So you can take each initiative one by one and vote on them individually, or if you think there's going to be a consensus among all of the initiatives, you could do one block vote if you feel that each initiative is going to have the same result. So that might save some time because there are several initiatives, as you know, but it's really up to the committee.
I'm leaning towards a block vote myself. Any objection to that? Any discussion? We good? Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to move the supplementary budget as a block vote ought to pass.
I would second.
Motion's been seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, and Alyssa, if you would please, we'll do a roll call vote.
Sure. Motion ought to pass. Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
Senator Guerin is absent. Senator Miramont,
Yes.
Representative Sylvester,
Yes.
Representative Bradstreet,
Yes.
Representative Cuddy,
Yes.
Representative Drinkwater,
Yes.
Representative Gear,
Yes.
Representative Morris,
Yes.
Representative Pebworth,
Yes.
Representative Prescott is absent. I apologize. Representative Rader,
Yes.
Representative Warren.
Yes.
And the yeas have it with 13 yeas and 2 absent, or 11 yeas and 2 absent. I apologize.
Thank you very much, Alyssa. All right. Representative Sylvester, are you all set? Sir, I see a hand up.
I merely left it up. Thank you, sir.
That's all right. We'll have an alarm to remind you to take it down. How's that? Did you get your son up?
I appreciate that.
Well, Steve, our agencies, I'm trying to balance here, but are they with us?
No, not yet. So at 10 o'clock, you have Department of Corrections.
Okay.
And I have not seen them sign on yet at this point.
All right.
I don't know if Alyssa has. I haven't, but
I can't see it myself, but
okay.
all right. Well, are we at will to take an early break? All right, so let's check back in, Alyssa, then at 9:55. Alyssa?
Yep,
where are
sounds
you?
good. Sorry, I
Okay,
was
so
muted.
that's okay. So see you folks back in a couple of minutes. 9:55, thank you. I'm back, Alyssa. Looks like, I don't know, I might be the only one live right now. Oh, no, good morning, Senator Garin, how are you? I can't hear you.
That mute button, it's always a challenge, isn't it? I had thought we were starting at 10. Will we be starting at 9 going forward?
I think that's going to vary, but Steve put out the, he'll forward, I hope. He sent out the agenda, I think Thursday or Friday, but
I hadn't looked at it, and I had just assumed our committee normally met at 10, so I assumed that was it, but I'm here now, so.
all right, well, my apologies for the confusion, and but we will have our first agency briefing coming up at 10, so.
Sounds good.
Honestly, we've kind of finished early. We just went through the supplementary budget earlier and also did our committee rules. So. Oh, I was chewing my boot. Excuse me. You can't have that. Sorry, buddy. I'm going to give you the stick. I got to give him the stick. He's chewing my boot. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. You can have your bully stick. You know, Scott, I don't think he's back yet, but he made me think a little bit about my own snowblower. I better get, I know I get gas, but I better make sure it starts. It's been a while.
Last time we had a good snow, I got something jammed in the impeller. I think it was actually just a chunk of ice, because when I went to clear it, it was gone. But it bent the impeller just enough, so now when the impeller goes around, it strikes the head of one of the bolts. So it makes this wonderful clang, 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 clang sound. It doesn't sound celebratory. It doesn't. It sounds somewhat defeated.
So I just double checked with Annie and LIO. And Senator Guerin, if you want, I'm able to register your vote now for the supplemental budget and the committee rules. I don't know if you.
I would like to be able to review what we did for both of those first. Could you send that to me?
I apologize. For some reason, I couldn't hear you for a second.
I would like to see what the document was we were voting on. If you could send it over to me, I would review it before voting.
Sure.
Thank you.
Alyssa, are we good to go?
Yep, whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah, you can. We're good. Good morning once again. And welcome back to Labor and Housing Committee meeting. This morning we do have some guests from our agency. The first up this morning, I think I saw would be Commissioner Randall Liberty, please. Good morning, sir.
before Commissioner Liberty gets started, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Anna Black. I am the Director of Government Affairs and the Legislative Liaison for the Maine Department of Corrections. And I just wanted to give you an overview of how we got the orientation organized for you. Just take a
Sure.
second.
Yeah, my apologies. I didn't see you on my list.
No problem, Senator. So good morning, Senator Raftery and Representative Sylvester and other members of the Labor and Housing Committee. Thanks for having us this morning. I know we don't often appear in front of you, but given that it's early in the session and we anticipate some overlap between the DOC, both in our probation and in our facilities, with what you might get ahead of you this session, we thought would be useful. So just before we get started, I just want to introduce you to the folks on the screen from the DOC. As you mentioned, Senator Commissioner Liberty is on, Deputy Commissioner Ryan Thornell is on, and our Director of Adult Community Corrections, Susan Gagnon. So we're going to closely follow the agenda that we sent out that I believe Steve sent to everybody. We also had Steve forward to you our guide to the Department of Corrections. Nobody has that. If that's missing, happy to send it again while we're on the Zoom. We won't go through the guidebook verbatim, as there's a lot of material in that, and we try to want to give you an overview of the department based specifically related to labor and housing. But if there are additional questions that come up after reviewing the guidebook, please feel free to shoot me a question. I think that's it. If there actually, let me just do one thing. If I can share my screen real quick, I just want to point your attention to our website. I think as we go through the website, as we go through the presentation, there'll be information on here on the website that might be useful to you. Let me just share that quickly. All right, so can you all see my screen here? Okay, so on the department's website, you'll see list of the adult facilities, information about our adult community, and of course about juvenile services. But a couple things in particular, just call your attention to. One, our COVID response.
Anna, you're, if you could go full screen on the document, it's so tiny where you've got the whole of your computer up.
Yep. Is that better?
Yes. Thank you.
Yep. So COVID-19 responses and resources. So there's quite a bit of information on our COVID link site, both with dashboards on information, quite a bit more information on data that's useful. Let you peruse that later. And then one other area before I pass it over to Commissioner Liberty, it's just brand new to our website as of Friday afternoon. So it's sort of hidden at the moment, but we'll make it more prominent. Is this section highlighted here called New Section on MDOC website for employers to learn more about resident education and training programs.
Ms. Black, we're no longer seeing your website or the website.
Okay. How about now? Better? Okay. Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to mention to everybody that the link is also sitting in the chat if you wanted to open it side view to your Zoom, if you wanted to follow a little closer on your own screen.
Thank you, Representative.
Good. So thank you. So just briefly, we have a new link on our website related to employment, resident employment, and how we work with multiple employers. You'll see there's employer testimonials on here, the employers that we work with. You'll see a list of employers that we work with through our different correctional facilities, many of these employers I'm sure you know well. You'll see some more information about the educational programs we offer, and probably more specifically to this committee, some of the vocational programming that we offer to ready folks for job and employment post-release. So anyway, there's a lot on the website, and I apologize for the glitch there. Feel free to shoot me an email if there are other questions, and I will stop sharing my screen. And unless there's anything I can answer, I will turn it over to Commissioner Liberty.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty and Representative Sylvester and the distinguished members of the Labor and Housing Committee. It's a pleasure to be with you. Happy Monday morning. Made it through another January weekend. It's critically important for the Maine Department of Corrections to speak with you today because so many of our interests And the key aspects of our mission depend upon housing and labor. You know, do individuals who are being released from our facilities have a place to reside, and do they have meaningful employment where they can, you know, provide for their families? The mission of the Maine Department of Corrections is to provide public safety through the secure confinement of those individuals that the judiciary sends to us. But it's also to really identify what exactly brought the individuals into our custody. Most of the residents sort of fall in the categories of individuals that have mental health diagnosis, substance use disorder, adverse childhood experiences that the trauma is influencing some of their behavior, maybe victims of sexual assault or other forms of trauma. The individuals may have learning disabilities, and all of those things sort of make up a combination of those in our care. We have about 1,700 individuals, residents in our facilities at this time, and more than 1,000 are released back into the communities annually. So it's important to know that as we work with this population of individuals, very important initially to make those assessments as they come into our facilities, and then get to work in collaboration with many stakeholders, to include Maine Department of Labor, to make sure that they're prepared for release and they don't return. Much of our the measurement for corrections nationally, internationally in the state of Maine is the recidivism rate. Do individuals return to custody? And when they do, everyone loses. The taxpayer loses, the families all affected, multi-generations are impacted. And so it's our duty to see that they don't, and do everything we can to mitigate that return to custody. I'd also like to acknowledge that it hasn't been easy to be a legislator, I'm sure, during COVID. Very big challenges for your constituents. I'm sure that your phones were ringing off the hook back when we had hooks, and you know, concerning unemployment benefits. You know, when can I get a vaccine? All of those things. And so, regardless of, you know, sitting at home or sitting in the legislature, wherever you are, the constituents are reaching out to you for advocacy. So I know that's been very challenging, and I appreciate all of your efforts for all that you're doing. We had many challenges at the Maine Department of Corrections also during this time. Obviously, our primary goal was to provide a safe environment for our employees and our residents. And as Dr. Thornell will speak to later, we lead the nation in the lowest positivity rate in correctional facilities in the state, in the nation. And so I've done a good work of preparation, execution, isolating or quarantining, screening, all of that work that was critical to be done. Dr. Thornell led that effort, and we had great success. We also spent quite a bit of time working with the counties to ensure that the county jails had the resources that they needed to be successful. I'd like to give you a little bit of an orientation, since we don't often speak of the resources and facilities at the Maine Department of Corrections. The one that you've all heard of, the Maine State Prison, formerly Thomason State Prison, is located in Warren, and we have primarily maximum and medium secure individuals. Most individuals there are doing more than 5 years, and population's down throughout the system, about 50% down in the counties, and we're also down at the state. Some of the benefits of that, it allows us to provide programming, and you know, it's challenging when a facility is overcrowded, and so when there's more space, it makes for a good dynamic. For those of you that are wondering how the residents are doing in our facilities, they're doing very well, and they appreciate all of our efforts to keep them safe, and they recognize the fact that the positivity rate has been very, very low, and that's true at the Maine State Prison. In addition to normal correctional environment there, we also have the intensive mental health unit, which is really the gem for providing mental health services in a correctional setting. We take individuals that may be a challenge for Riverview. We also take individuals from the county jail system, and sometimes that might be a 30-day stabilization. That might also be a longer-term incarceration. There are 32 beds there. We often bounce between 28 and 30 residents. The second largest facility we have is located in Windham, and that's the Maine Correctional Center. And we have both, we have males there, mediums, and the count's low there too. It's 336. We also have the Women's Center there that's co-located with the MCC, all female, and that center has 55 adult females. The Southern Maine Women's Reentry Center is just down the hill in Wyndham from the Maine Correctional Center. And in that facility, it's a pre-release environment where there is no fence. Individuals are preparing vocationally for transition. Some of them are working in the community. Others are working on substance use disorder and other sort of programming that will assist them with vocation in the community. There are currently 71 individuals located at the Women's Reentry Center. Mountain View Correctional Facility, that has a medium and a minimum side. The medium is obviously a fenced, secure facility. The minimums are very similar to what's happening at the Reentry Center in that they're doing work release, work in the community. And as Anna indicated, we have a list of the employers that we work with. And we have a very good relationship with many employers. And as you know, many of them are hungry for labor, for skilled labor. And we provide that at Mountain View Correctional Center, our facility. Also at Baltic Correctional Facility located in Warren, just down from the Maine State Prison. And there are 141 individuals located at the Baltic Correctional Facility. The last one I'll speak to is the Long Creek Youth Development Center. And we currently have 31 individuals there, 31 youth, both males and females. And our major focus there, our major initiative is to reduce our reliance on incarceration for youth. And we do that through much diversion work that's happening through the JCCOs or the juvenile probation offices. And they do a fantastic job in diverting those youth from coming into the facility. If the judiciary decides that they need to be committed or detained at Long Creek, we have a school embedded there. We have much clinical work happening, and we try to make it a normative environment the best we can and reduce those populations. We're currently working on providing those sorts of services in the community, and we have recently opened a program called STEPS, which allows our goal is to have all the girls outside of the fence, outside of Long Creek. We also have a program called Bearings for males outside of the facility, and we're working on additional housing opportunities and sort of communal living in the community to reduce recidivism and be more therapeutic for them. Some of the accomplishments we had over the last 2020 was an enhanced collaboration with the Maine Department of Corrections. We've done a bunch of work, and Dr. Thornell will speak to this, regarding apprenticeship programs to assist in a nice transition. Also some badging work that we've done with the community college program system, and that's gone very well. I think that our response to the COVID pandemic has been very good. We've had good success with that. Dr. Thornell will speak more detail about that. We've also been working aggressively with staff wellness to try to make corrections a more sustainable profession. As you can imagine, working in corrections can be a challenge. And in order for someone to have a sustained full career, it's important for us to assist them with any needs they may have, psychological, emotional, any of those challenges for the things that they're exposed to. So we work very diligently on that. We also work on professional development with our staff through the Maine Department of Corrections Leadership Academy. And we had 260 individuals enrolled in those programs, and we have an additional 80 that are learning now, providing opportunities as leadership positions become available. We also think it's important that our residents' nutritional needs are met. And one of the best ways to do that is have locally grown food. Last year, we produced 400,000 pounds of agricultural products inside the Maine Department of Corrections. Each of our facilities has large gardens, and we've certified 40 individuals, residents, as master gardeners with the Cooperative Extension. And they are very appreciative, and like many of us, like to get their fingers in the dirt and find some therapy in that. Much benefit, I feel, for them to be able to take a seed, nurture that into a seedling, put it into the earth, compost, augment the soil, and provide for themselves. And many of them are doing that. An additional benefit to that is the individuals are able to have a very diverse salad bar, bottomless salad bar. They can eat all the fresh vegetables that they wish. And I think that goes a long ways for the morale in the facilities. Additionally, they provide a lot of vegetables for the food pantries and soup kitchens in the area, which makes them feel as though they're giving back to the community, and is critically important, I think, for them to give back. Part of the restorative justice piece, I think. We've also spent a considerable amount of time last year, and we're ramping up our efforts for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Sent many of individuals to training. We're implementing these concepts in our policies. We currently have 60 people engaged in a semester-long diversity, equity, and inclusion program. And we're hiring an individual specifically to work on this effort, to identify what we're doing for discipline with our residents, to identify individuals that we can recruit so that our correctional staff looks more like the residents that we serve, and we have a more diverse group of employees, and we're looking forward to enhancing that. I expect to hire someone in that position next week, and I think that'll go a long ways to building equity in our organization. We've also had a bunch of construction projects I'd like to talk to you about. The major construction project that we're working on is the Maine Correctional Center, and that's about a $141 million project. That's a multi-year project. We expect that to be concluded in the summer of 22. That's not an expansion of bed space. That's a destruction of outdated facility and beds and programming space, replacing it with a modern environment that's more in line with the standards set by the American Correctional Association to provide better programming and a better residence for the people that are in our care. The other project we're working on is Maine State Prison, the Doris Buffett Educational Center, where her foundation was generous in giving us about $500,000 to build 2 smart classrooms, which will further enhance our ability to provide vocational programming and give these individuals significant opportunity for employment as they're released. We're also working on the Down East Correctional Facility. The ground broke there in January, and that facility will be completed in August of 21. We'll have 50 residents there in Machiasport with 15 staff, again, focused on clinical work, substance use work, on transitioning back into the community, and we're excited to open that facility. One last project I'd like to mention is we're in the queue now with Central Maine Power for I guess a 4.9 megawatt solar project that's going to be located on the grounds of the Maine State Prison and Baltic Correctional Facility, and we're looking forward to finding alternative energy for our consumption. We use more than $1 million worth of electrical power at the Maine Department of Corrections. We want to find a way to do that sustainably. Some of the things we'll be focusing on in the coming year is we'll be working further with the Department of Labor to enhance our apprenticeship programs, working with many stakeholders to provide opportunities for transitional housing. If residents, more than 1,000 that are released from our facilities, do not have adequate employment opportunities or housing, they will fail and they'll be returned to custody. And so it's certainly our goal and it's our duty to provide these individuals every best opportunity to be successful when they get out. And the way that we look at this is this really impacts 3 generations of Mainers. When someone's incarcerated, often the single parents and the grandparents have to watch the children. And anytime they're incarcerated, it puts the burden on those grandparents that often have a very difficult time in watching those children. It also impacts the children, obviously, and it impacts the individuals that are incarcerated. So we feel as though any work, any programming, any educational and transitional housing we can provide for these individuals, and then coaching and mentoring through our adult community, and Susan Gagnon will speak to that, giving them a pathway to success is really our approach to corrections in 2021. And we're up to the task. I've been in this industry for 38 years, and I've never had a stronger, a more dedicated, efficient team in my career. So I look forward to any questions you may have. And but at this time, I'm going to pass the baton off to Dr. Thornell who is my associate commissioner or deputy commissioner. Dr. Thornell?
Thanks, Commissioner. I can be deputy or associate, whichever one you tell me. So good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Labor and Housing Committee. As Commissioner Liberty said, my name is Ryan Thornell. I have the pleasure of serving as his deputy commissioner for the Maine Department of Corrections, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this morning during this orientation to Maine DOC. In my position, I really am responsible for overseeing the day-to-day operations of the department in general, and primarily also responsible for ensuring that Commissioner Liberty's vision and priorities are carried out across all those different sectors that he just briefly touched upon. I want to spend just a few minutes of your time speaking about really the adult programming and services area, which is a very wide spread area of our department. It encompasses all of the non-security components, if you will, of our adult correction system. And yeah, I want to touch on this because this is where all of the wellness work happens, if you will, that Commissioner Liberty spoke about, where the treatment takes place, the education, the vocation, and all of those different rehabilitative concepts that directly impact labor and housing in our Maine communities when these men and women leave our facilities. And so I wanted to spend a few minutes providing that orientation to all of you. Maine Correctional Center in Windham, as Commissioner Liberty mentioned, is our primary intake facility for the department. So that's where all of the males and females coming to us from the county system first come into. And they, you know, in their first month or two with us, they undergo a barrage of medical and mental health screenings and assessments and other assessments for all of us, and which includes risk and needs assessments and so forth. And this intake process is critically important for a number of reasons. Not only obviously to set them on a good course during their incarceration with us, but it provides really a roadmap for both staff and residents on what they're going to be doing with their time while they're with us. And so critically important to this conversation is it helps identify their educational levels and their educational needs. And it also helps identify their vocational training skill sets and where they may have some gaps and opportunities for us to really target while they're with us. And when they come out of this intake process and they develop what we call a case plan through the case management process, they really have that concrete roadmap that then helps them follow their course of incarceration through different sorts of interventions and programs, and leads to more well-rounded individuals upon their transition out into our communities. I will just briefly mention that we've had to modify this process slightly because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so what has always been a real seamless intake process at Maine Correctional Center has been slowed a bit. We've had to implement some different quarantine and isolation protocols at different times. You may have read about, we had to shut down intakes from the county jail system into our facilities due to COVID-19 cases and outbreaks. But all things considered, we are back up and fully running at Maine Correctional Center for the intake process. And it's been a very effective process, even as we've mitigated and managed the pandemic. We also have a classification process. And so you heard Commissioner Liberty mention things like close custody or maximum security, medium, minimum. So every individual that comes into our system is classified based upon a variety of different factors, including what brought them to us, what they're planning to do while they're with us, any current behaviors or needs, and the trajectory of their sentence while they're with us. And that's a gender responsive, gender normed classification instrument for both males and females, and puts them into one of those classification designations: close, medium, minimum, or community custody. And I want to just share with you what is really a great opportunity as it relates to labor and housing in Maine, is we have 3 work release facilities, as the commissioner mentioned, at Mountain View, Bolduc, and Southern Maine Women's Reentry Center. And of our population on the men's side, at least 34% of the men in our care and custody are classified as being eligible for work release placements in our facilities. And so that's a significant portion of our overall population. And on the female side, more than 67% of the women in our care and custody are minimum and community custody. And that is why we have such a large number of the 120 or so women in our custody at the Southern Maine Women's Reentry Center participating in those programs. So as they spend their time with us and navigate that case plan and case management journey with us, we incorporate those educational goals and vocational training goals during their stay with us. And we also try to connect that to their reentry planning. So their reentry planning is part of the case plan. And as they get closer to the end of their sentence, really around the 9-month to release mark, we really start shoring up that release plan. And that's where we take all of the work we've done with the individual and that they've participated in, and we put that into a transition plan for where they're going to live when they release into the community, where they're going to work, what those resources look like, and obviously fill in gaps. Because as you all are acutely aware of, housing in Maine is not always the easiest to come by, especially in some of our rural communities and even in some of our larger cities. And so that's something that the men and women in our custody struggle with. And so our case managers work intensively with them to develop that reentry plan. And as Director Gagnon will speak about in a little bit, the adult probation officers also work very closely with them to make sure they have a good transition out into the community. I do want to share with you a shining spot for us in the last 2 years as part of the reentry process has been our collaboration with the Office of Maine Care here in Maine. And so as part of Maine Care expansion in early 2019, we were able to put together a collaboration with Maine Care where any man or woman releasing from our care and custody who is eligible for Maine Care has that activated the day they release from our facilities, which is drastically different than in years past, where it took 14 or more days for those benefits to kick in upon release. And now we no longer have that gap in service as they release into our communities. I want to just share briefly, we offer significant treatment services in our facilities. I won't go into detail, but I will share with you that we offer comprehensive mental health, substance use treatment, problem sexual behavior treatment, treatment for domestic violence situations and behaviors. And we also offer the gold standard of treatment for opioid use disorder, which is medication-assisted treatment. We implemented that in the middle of 2019 and have expanded that treatment service across to all of our facilities. In the last year or more, we have served more than 530 men and women in our medication-assisted treatment program and transitioned them out into our main communities with continuity of care services in their battle against opioid use disorder. We also provide them with training and Narcan upon release into our communities to help support that. A couple other things I want to mention briefly is at the Maine State Prison, we are proud of our Veterans Programming Unit. So we have one specific housing unit at Maine State Prison, which is an extension of Commissioner Liberty's vision and practice when he was the sheriff at Kennebec County. And in that Veterans Programming Unit, we offer specific services targeted to our veterans population in order to help them during their incarceration, but also help them connect to service-related benefits in our communities and successfully transition out into our communities. And so any given day, we have more than 50 men housed in that unit receiving those specific services while they're staying with us. I want to spend some time speaking about education and vocational services specifically, because I feel that those most directly impact the topics of labor and housing in Maine. And so as I mentioned, when a male or female comes into our system as part of the intake process, they're assessed in a variety of ways. And we identify their last educational level achieved, whatever that might be. And we track them on a course while they're with us to improve upon whatever level that might be. And so we offer at all of our sites adult basic education, high school equivalency education, college education, including graduate level studies, as well as a variety of different certificates available across all of our sites. We know that educational advancement is the single largest predictor of male or female not returning to incarceration. And so the more we can invest in education and training services for these men and women, the better off our communities will be, and the better off our criminal justice system will be in public safety. At any given time, we have more than 75 men and women enrolled in college education programming across our facilities, and more than 200 men and women enrolled in our other educational areas, whether it's adult basic ed or high school equivalency. And this is all made possible because we have very strong partnerships with the Department of Education, Sunshine Lady Foundation. We receive Second Chance Pell funding from the federal government. And we have very strong partnerships with universities, such as University of Maine at Augusta, the Maine Community College systems, and most recently MIT. On the vocational side, we focus specifically on skill building and training that aligns with Maine's industries. So, many people might think that when we talk about vocational training, we're talking about out of a handbook or something that might be more applied outside of Maine. But we really are partnered with the Department of Labor in Maine, employers in Maine, and other systems here that help inform us on what these men and women will be walking out to when they release from our facilities. And we tailor our vocational services to those areas and industries. So we offer building trade certifications, including a national certification in building trades. We offer welding. Commissioner Liberty already mentioned the agricultural certifications and programming that we offer. We have men and women completing certificates in areas like manufacturing, culinary arts and hospitality, and other skill and service areas where they're able to be part of an apprenticeship under the Department of Labor with employers that really support their transition from our facilities into our Maine communities and support the workforce in those communities. An example of one of those partnerships I want to just share is at the Maine State Prison. We have a very strong partnership going into its third year with the Mid-Coast Habitat for Humanity. In that partnership, we, as part of a vocational program in building trades, we've partnered with the Mid-Coast Habitat to build sheds and housing wall partitions for their Mid-Coast Habitat projects. And so the men inside the Maine State Prison are able to develop their skill in building trades, complete building sheds that go to habitat work sites and housing projects, and contribute back to their community in that manner while getting that nationally recognized certification. We also have very strong work release partnerships with agencies in the local communities, such as Paradigm Windows and Clink down in southern Maine. We partner with Robbins Lumber and many others in the Mid-Coast, and LaBrie's Bakeries and others up in northern Maine. Those are just some examples of how we partner with individuals in the community to really foster an environment of training and workforce development for the men and women in our custody. And finally, I want to just wrap that all up by just speaking about what that all really means for us and for our communities. And that, well, we are a very data-driven organization, and in recent years, we have produced a large number of reports to highlight the work we do, but really highlight the impact that the Department of Corrections has on these individuals and their time out in the community and not coming back to us. And so when you have time, there's a wealth of resources on our website under the best practices section that highlights all of the data and information that we have available. We measure something called return to custody, which is very similar to recidivism. It's really the marker of success and effectiveness for programs and outcomes in corrections. questions. And that our return to custody reports are online. And I just mentioned those because everything that I just spoke about directly impacts the return to custody rate of men and women upon their release from our facility and their success into the community. And I'm happy to share, if you do have time to read those reports, I'm happy to share that the 1 year post-release and a 3 year post-release rates of return to custody have dropped over the last several years. And it's really the result of the hard work of those men and women in our facilities and the services that are being offered to them. So I know in the chat, we wanted to pause after that. And so I will pause there and I think hand it back to the committee before we proceed through our orientation further.
Thank you very much. Yes, I wanted to take a couple of questions. Some hands came up early. So I think I have in order Representative Bradstreet, then Senator Mearmont, Senator Guerin. We'll go from there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and Dr. Ryan, is it? Appreciate your being here. I actually appreciate all the work that you do. Actually, my question relates to what you just mentioned at the end. If you've had any longitudinal studies done to see how effective work placement is and job retention and all that. I think having good jobs is the key for a lot of things, keeping people from being incarcerated. So I appreciate your work. I'll check your studies out that you just mentioned.
Thank you. Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Commissioner. Nice to see you.
Good to see you, Senator.
I know all the great work you guys do. I mean, I've been questioning stuff for years now, and you've always had great answers. Something that's come up is I hear you're not doing face-to-face with probation, and sometimes that's a lifeline for those folks. It keeps them straight, and especially during now when we have regular folks that are getting pretty depressed and other problems, but folks that can easily trip into old behaviors and end up back in the system. When do you plan to go face-to-face, or have you? And what are you doing to make sure that it's not exacerbating the problems of someone coming out of the system? Thank you.
Senator, it is good to see you, and you have been very engaged in corrections in the state of Maine. I always welcome any sort of inquiry, and we'll get the information for you. For those of you that haven't had the opportunity to tour any of our correctional facilities, as soon as COVID clears, we are very glad to do individual or group tours and bring you through any facility you wish and you can get eyes on. Susan Gagnon will be speaking. She's the director of adult community, and she'll be speaking to all in detail about what we're doing in the in community corrections. And she'll explain that. She'll answer that question for you if you could wait a moment. But I would say this: what we've been trying to do is try to find that balance between safety and health and wellness for both the probationers in our care and for our probation officers. And so trying to find that balance. We've been doing it regionally. They've been working from home generally, but if you could be patient, I'll have Director Susan Gagnon speak to that in just a moment.
Okay. Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Senator Guerin, and then Representative Rader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend the department on the good work on the job training and getting people into those jobs. I know I just anecdotally in my district, there have been a number of cases where people were able to get their lives turned around, but through employment that they found the training in the jail or in the prison. And one thing I wanted to ask you, had you looked into at all the badging program through the community colleges? I know they're reaching out to different blocks and industries to do badge training so that when people come out of that training, they have something to present to a particular employer. And I wondered if there had been any communication with the community college on that.
You may have noticed when you mentioned that, my staff grinning, because early on in our administration, 2 years ago, we we made connections with the community college system, and we're heavily engaged with the badging process. It works very, very well. It's nice, small, attainable identification, recognized statewide and nationally on those skills that make people successful in employment. So we are very engaged in the badging process. Anna Black has been very engaged, as has Dr. Thornell and the teams that they supervise. And so, yes, we're very engaged, very worthwhile, works very well for us.
Great. So good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that I was made aware of a few years ago that I want to ask about was a particular support group / speaking circle led by Indigenous members for the Indigenous population in jails and prisons. Is that still continuing?
I'm not sure specifically, but we are very engaged with Indigenous efforts. And we've done quite a bit of work with that related to transitional opportunities for them and with specific religious requests. And as with diversity, equity, and inclusion, as we do our work, it's very, very obvious that that's a population that we need to do much better. And we haven't served them well historically as a state. And it's one of the focuses of our DIE work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Pebworth, Drinkwater, and Gear, and then I'm going to cut it off to allow these folks to finish, and we'll get some more questions at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two questions. One for the commissioner. I would love to hear more about the apprenticeship program with the Department of Labor. And Dr. Thornell, you mentioned two statistics, 34% of men, 67% of women, and I wasn't sure if that was ready for the workplace or what the rest of that thought was. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go first. The apprenticeship program, let me give you an example of just one sort of innovative program that we've been doing with the Department of Labor. We have, as Dr. Thornell mentioned, we have a veterans pod. And our vision is, and we feel it's our duty when individuals go off to war and they come back and they have difficulty transitioning, and they become police involved in due time in the Department of Corrections or at the county level. It's our duty to assist them in their transition back. And so the Veterans Pod has right now about 60 individuals at the Maine State Prison, all veterans, all benefiting from the shared experience of being in the military. We actually have an American Legion post embedded in there, and it's a Lawrence High School grad. It's named after a Lawrence High School grad, Brian Bucher, who was a Medal of Honor recipient from Benton, close to Albion, and it's named after him, in fact. So in that pod, the reason I mention that is because we also have a vet dog program, and the America Vet Dog Program is a national program which brings in labs, and most often we have 5 or 6 lab puppies that arrive at the Veterans Pod, and we have handlers that train weekly. And after a 14-month period, they are trained as service dogs for veterans on the outside. Well, you know, trying to be innovative and trying to capture a way to create a vocation for individuals that love dogs, love to train dogs, we partnered with the Department of Labor to make that program an apprenticeship program. And so after someone has done 14 months of training of those dogs, and I used to be a canine handler for the Kennebec County Sheriff's Office. I know dogs. I know how to train dogs. These dogs are very, very clean. They open doors. They turn on lights. They wake up a veteran if he's having night terrors. Very, very useful. And as a result of our relationship with the Department of Labor, now that's an apprenticeship program. 3 of those residents have left the Maine State Prison and are now canine trainers on the outside, in large part because of the apprenticeship program and the certification that they received as canine trainers at the Maine State Prison. So that's just one example, and we have many of those, and those are embedded in some of those documents that Anna pointed out to you. Dr. Thornell?
Thanks, Commissioner. Yeah, and a few of the other areas, building trades, culinary arts, we have apprenticeships in a variety of our vocational program areas in those handouts. Real quick, the comments I made around the 34% and the 67%. So the facilities that we have at the Maine Department of Corrections are what we call secure facilities, and then pre-release, work release sites. And so when I spoke about the classification system and how we place men and women in our facilities, so we have secure facilities that house the close custody and medium custody men and women. And then we have pre-release, work release facilities that house the minimum custody and community custody men and women. And so obviously the goal of the department is to transition men and women down to the lowest security level necessary, which would be our minimum security facilities. And so what I was highlighting with those percentages is that roughly 34% of our male population at any one time is eligible to be placed at those work release, the pre-release sites, which makes them eligible to participate in our work release programs and some of the other services available there. And on the women's side, roughly 67% of the women's population is eligible at any given time for those less secure facilities. And so that's for a little bit of a further explanation on those 2 data points.
Thanks very much. Representative Drinkwater and Representative Gear to follow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the Commissioner and Dr. Ryan coming on and giving us an update. I want to get down into the weeds just a little bit. My first term, I was on education, and we heard a lot about VOTEC and the need for heavy equipment operators. And having listened to the Professional Loggers Association, they need heavy equipment operators. So in your program, do you offer training for heavy equipment operators? And if you do, what does that look like for the residents? Do they have to transition to another facility in order to receive hands-on training?
I'll grab that one. Great question, Representative. So specifically related to wood harvesting, we historically have had one wood harvesting program at the Mountain View Correctional Facility. This year we expanded that. Now we have a second one at the Baltic Correctional Facility. Both of those facilities are minimum security facilities, and we're able to do actual wood harvesting, skidder operations, chainsaw operations, and all of that work at those facilities. So we do have a wood harvesting skidder operation that occurs at those 2 minimum facilities. In addition to that, I think that some of those technical trade, those skills, those vocations, one of our best programs, I think, is the welding program. And we have a really great program at Baltic Correctional Facility where we do preparation work at the Maine State Prison as they're incarcerated behind the fence. Then when they go to Baltic Correctional Facility as they're beginning to transition that last few chapters of their career, they are able to train there and also be employed at Fisher Plow, where they get hands-on, and many jobs have been offered there. Dr. Thornell, anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I would just like to add briefly, we also have had plans in the works now for about 1.5 years to expand in some of those same areas with the Department of Transportation and other local CDL programs in the local communities. And we were actually getting ready to upstart some of those programs at the end of 2019 into 2020 as things started slowing down because of the pandemic. And so as we get out of COVID-19, that is an area that's on our focus because, to your point, Representative, it's an area of need in the Maine communities and the Maine workforce. And so we plan to go even outside of our walls, so to speak, and make those partnerships that we were hoping to have in place by now had it not been for the pandemic.
So just a quick follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair. Who would the contact person be? I have a large wood contractor in my district, and they cannot hire anybody. So if they wanted to reach out to your program to say, hey, you know what? We would like to have somebody come over and see if it works out for us. How would they get a hold of somebody to talk to about that?
Again, I would imagine that would depend on the region. If it was mid-coast, that'd be the Baltic Correctional Facility. But I think that here on the call, Anna Black would be the one to facilitate that and point you in the right direction regarding, she's the conduit between employers and our facilities often. And she's done an awful lot of work with bringing employers in. I think she had more than 100 come to the Maine State Prison. We did a job fair where employers came in, met with residents, saw the vocational work that we're doing, and we've had good success with that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question has to do with, I was diving into some of the data in your data report just now, and I just wanted to get some information. I'm noticing that with regard to the treatment programming for men specifically, that there look to be 248 people on the wait list for the problem sexual behavior treatment, and then 255 and 125 respectively for the substance use disorder outpatient wait list and the residential treatment wait list for substance use disorder. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding those statistics correctly. Does that mean those are people actually waiting to be in those programs? And that seems very high to me. So I'm interested in what the status and what is the cause behind the wait list and anything you're doing to address those.
Sure. Thank you, Representative. I'll be happy to fill in the gap in that information. So real briefly, when a male or female comes into our facility, during that initial intake process, which takes roughly 30 to 60 days, they undergo a significant number of assessments, screenings, a whole host of really information gathering, one of which is related to substance use disorder, and any diagnoses they might have, and also related to any criminal behavior that might have brought them into the facility, such as problem sexual behavior that it needs to be treated while they're with us in some sort of treatment program. And so once that's identified, that information goes into two areas. One, into their case plan as part of the trajectory of what they're going to participate in and accomplish while they're with us. But it also goes into our treatment programming, quote unquote, wait list, which helps us identify the numbers of individuals in our system who are in need of those services so that we can plan out where we need to deploy services and when and during what point during their incarceration with us. And so those numbers are accurate, absolutely. But what I would tell you is that doesn't represent the number of individuals who need that intervention right at the moment. It really is the number of individuals who will be receiving that service while they're with us at some point during their incarceration. And so it allows us to figure out where we need to deploy services at our various facilities. And I will share with you that we've had to modify our services during the pandemic because we were unable to do in-person group treatment across many of the months in 2020. And so the number of individuals who were in those treatments at any one time was reduced during the pandemic as we had to go to teleservices and other virtual opportunities. And so those numbers are a little bit higher in terms of waiting for services than they would have been in 2019 and other years. And so as we go into 2021, that's part of our quote unquote reopening strategy is redeploying treatment staff, clinical staff to our facilities in different ways to open up those services further.
Great, thank you.
Thanks very much. So we do have some time. We have want to continue, and we'll take some more questions at the end.
Super. The next speaker for the Maine Department of Corrections is Susan Gagnon. She's the director of Community Services, which is probation officer. They're her subordinates, and she manages that. Susan.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, and other members of the Labor and Housing. My name is Susan Gagnon. I'm the Director of Adult Community Corrections, and it's my pleasure to be here with you. In my position, I oversee probation and parole officers, the parole board, and the board for executive clemency. And in my division, we're split up into 3 regions. And so the first region, so region number 1 covers York and Cumberland County. Region number 2 covers Androscoggin, Franklin, Kennebec, Lincoln, Oxford, Sag, and Somerset County. And then region 3 encompasses the remaining 7 counties. So within each region, there's a regional correctional administrator that oversees the daily functions of the regions. Then there are regional correctional managers. There's 11 of those across the state. And their role is to coach and provide supervision to the 75 probation officers that are across the state. We have 75 sworn law enforcement officers, they're probation officers. And then we have 11 probation officer assistants that also work with our clients. And we often say that our staff have dual roles. They have a role as a case manager, and they have a role as a law enforcement officer enforcing the conditions of probation or parole or supervised community confinement. But they're also an advocate. They make referrals to outside agencies for services, for housing, for you name it, they make referrals. And they need to be able to determine, based on what's being presented to them, as to what hat they have. Are they going to have their case management hat on today, or are they going to have their law enforcement hat on today? So they're highly efficient, highly trained, and I'm extremely proud of the work that they do. The probation officer assistants are a relatively new position. They were developed in 2011, and at the time the caseloads were quite high. Caseload numbers at that point for people that were on probation were 7,300 during 2011, with an average caseload of 107 clients on supervision. So our current numbers, we've seen a decrease since 2019 specifically. So right now our current caseloads are at 5,911 people on supervision, which is a decrease of about 500 clients from the end of 2019 in December. Caseloads are further broken down by their geographic region and broken down by either a general caseload, women's caseload, domestic violence caseload, or clients with problem sexual behavior. So it's broken down further. And the deputy commissioner had spoken about the intakes and assessments. We do a very similar process. So when our clients are placed on supervision with us, they meet with our staff, and there's a comprehensive case plan and assessment that's developed with the input from the client. The probation officer assistants will supervise people that are either on low or administrative risk, and then that allows the probation officers to focus their time on higher risk clients. And it's this foundation right from the start that allows the clients to know what they need to do to be successful. It gives our staff, a roadmap to help the clients be successful, because ultimately our goal is for all of our clients to be back out into the communities, be productive members of community, because there will be a time that adult community corrections is no longer involved. Labor and housing, and I know that I don't need to say this, but labor and housing, those are areas that are key to our clients' success. And we have seen our probation officers work throughout the years with local resources to identify landlords and employers, and we try to foster good working relationships, and that way we provide them an education on our clients and say that there are going to be some clients that come out that have very minimal skills, they have poor communication skills, minimal work skills, poor rental opportunities based on their charges. And so we try to provide an education to the community so they know that while some of our clients may not look really good on paper, they want to change, they want to do a good job, and that we're there to support not only the clients, but we're there to support, these outside resources as well. We also spend a lot of time, our staff will work with our clients to do role playing. They may not have very good interview skills. They may not have very good communication skills. So our staff will spend time doing role playing. So they might know what to expect during an interview, whether it be for a job or a housing type interview. And to go back, I'm not sure who had the question, but to go back to a question that was asked previously about face-to-face contact. We are currently working at home, and we did try to find a balance of keeping people safe, both our staff and our clients, but we haven't been working at home this entire time. Early on in the pandemic, in March, April, we shut down for a brief amount of time. Then we went back into the offices. to see clients face to face. Then, as you guys are all aware, the numbers dramatically increased in the late fall. So our staff returned at home. That's not to say that they're not still seeing their clients, because as everybody has had to do during this pandemic, we've learned to do things differently. So we're just doing our job a little bit differently. We're doing our reporting through Zoom. We're doing the treatment that the clients are getting. A lot of it is through Zoom. We're doing, reporting that way. We are able, though, to give permission. Something that our staff felt was really important is that connection with their clients. And there are some staff, some clients that just need that social interaction, need that support. And so our staff are able to ask for, permission to go into the offices or into the field to see clients. So again, we are still seeing our clients. We've just had to adapt to do things a little differently. And we look forward to being back in, the communities that our staff serve. So I know that you guys are watching time, so I will end for now. And I certainly hope this has been helpful. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any.
Thank you. I see a hand up from Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan, have you seen an increase in probation violations because of this system or not? Thank you.
We've actually been tracking our probation violations throughout the year, and there has not been an increase nor a decrease. They've been about the same from when they were in the office or whether they were not in the office.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I see on the list is we have time for Dave Simpson. Is he going to speak?
No, Senator, sorry. We just had to revise things a little bit in the interest of time. So I think we have some time. We have maybe another minute or two for anything follow up. And I know Dr. Thornell wanted to present a little bit about our COVID response, but in the interest of time, I think he's available. We're all available offline to address COVID issues.
Any other real questions from anyone? Yes, Representative Pebworth.
I did want to ask about COVID, and I wonder when inmates will be getting vaccines, who's making that decision. If we can have a little update on that, I'd be appreciative.
Sure. So we're currently on, I think, week 3 of vaccinating all the officers. We've been receiving allotments weekly as part of the distribution that Maine receives. And as part of the initial first responder, medical providers, all of that first category, we've been slowly vaccinating the officers that are in our facilities. We'll be complete this week or next week. Dr. Thornell has the specifics on that, but all that wish to be vaccinated for officers will be vaccinated, we believe, this week. And the distribution and who is in which order of distribution is really a collaborative between the CDC, Health and Human Services, and the governor's office. They'll decide who gets the vaccines when, and we have not been notified of when the residents would be vaccinated.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you all for being with us this morning, and also inviting us to any follow-ups we may need. Thanks for your availability.
Thank you. Good to see you all.
Thanks. Have a nice day. All right. So moving right along, we're going to hear from the Maine Housing. That's going to be, we've actually heard from Mr. Brennan earlier, but we're going to hear from Mr. Brennan, and Peter Merrill again this morning. Thank you all for being here again. And Mr. Brennan first, please. Thanks.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all again. I have a presentation for you that I will work to share my screen if we can get that to work. Just try that. And there we go. Okay, can you all see that? I'm seeing heads nod.
Yes, if it's possible, an enlargement might be helpful. As we get going. There we go.
How is that?
I think that'll serve me well. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you. And good morning again, Senator Rafferty and Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. It is a pleasure to be with you. I see some familiar faces and some new faces. My name is Dan Brennan. I'm the director at Maine Housing. And I am joined today by other members of my team, my director's team. This is the executive team that I have that helps keep me on the straight and narrow, if you will. I've got our Deputy Director, Peter Merrill, our newest employee, our newest Director of Government Relations, former Representative Eric Jorgensen, who many of you may know. We are thrilled that Eric is part of our team. Our Senior Director for Planning and Communications is Denise Lord. Karen Waller is our Executive Administrator who deals a lot with the constituent concerns that may come across your desk from time to time. And not with us today, but a key member of our team is our Senior Director for Programs who's doing double duty as our Director of Homeless Initiatives, and that is Lauren Bustard. So I'm pleased to have a great team here with me. And what I thought I'd do this morning is walk you through a little bit of who we are at Maine Housing and what we do, some of our key programs, and introduce ourselves and our agency to you a bit. So we were created about 50 years ago. We just last year, and I should say 2 years ago, 2019. We are an independent agency of the state, a quasi-independent agency. We're governed by a board of commissioners that is appointed by the governor, and that's who. And you see our mission here. Our mission is to assist Maine people in obtaining and maintaining quality, affordable housing and services that are suitable to their housing needs. So we try and have a broad scope of programmatic programs and things that we try and help people with their housing needs. We also balance between being an administrator and being an advocate. And sometimes that's a tough situation. We don't want to venture too far into the political side of things, but at the same time, we want to make sure that you have all the information that you need as our legislators to make the best decisions you can. And so we strive to do that as best we can. We are three things in one, if you will. First and foremost, we're an our asset size is just under $2 billion. That would put us about 5 in the state of Maine in terms of an asset size. We lend money for single family programs, our first time homebuyer program. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. And also our multifamily program, and we provide financing for developers who create affordable apartments. The other major thing we are an administrator of state and federal programs. Over $200 million a year flow through our agency, and a host of programs, including home weatherization and heating assistance, monies for the homeless, rental assistance in a variety of different ways, and also our tackling issues like arsenic, lead paint, home repair. So we administer an awful lot of state and federal funds. And then lastly, we are the public housing authority for the state where there is not a local public housing authority. many of your jurisdictions have a local housing authority. There are about 20 of them around the state. And we work closely with them. We have no official relationship with them. They report up through their municipal structures, but we work closely with them to help people, very much the same mission. We are 170 people strong here. We are located at 26 Edison Drive, which is our new headquarters. We moved this past summer from Water Street over to the other side of Augusta. And we have a beautiful building that has been very empty since COVID began. But we're looking forward to being at the point where we can invite everybody over for a nice housewarming party, if you will. When we talk about affordable housing, what do we mean? Primarily, what we're talking about is a household should be spending no more than 30% industry standard, if you will. What that means is if you have a teacher earning $40,000 a year, 30% of that's $12,000. That's just not just rent or mortgage, but that's also other housing costs, insurance and taxes and things like that. So that's kind of a benchmark when we talk about what do we mean by someone who, anybody who's paying more than 30% of their income is what we call cost burden. There's too many people in our state that are paying 30% of their income. So what do? We help people buy homes. We help people rent homes. We help people repair their homes. We help people heat their homes, especially as we get a big storm bearing down on us. Weather has arrived this week. So what I thought I would do is talk to you a little bit about some of our programs. And this is one program that we're very well known for.
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. Can I just pause you for a second?
We'll set you up in the other room there.
Okay.
We're struggling with your audio, so.
Got it. I will work to set myself up in another location.
All right. In the meantime, now's a good time for the pet show.
Every time you come out and then come back in, then all the pink noise would kick in. The pink noise was killing you. So it'd be easy to set up in there with a.
Alyssa, do we have to do anything?
No, I believe it's a poor connection on Mr. Brennan's part, so we just have to wait and see if it works better when he comes back.
And thank you folks for pointing that out. I'm always questioning my own system. So until I saw someone in the chat, I was just blaming it on me.
We also have a white noise system, which seems to have made that a little bit worse. Sometimes he'd cut in and you'd hear him okay, and then he'd cut out and he'd cut back in, and the white noise was killing it.
Well,
so we'll
thank
set up
very
in
much.
here in just a second.
Thank you.
Hi again. Is this better?
So far.
Okay. My apologies for that, folks. Our world of technology sometimes works with us and other times doesn't. So I am going to attempt to find my presentation and share it with you again and pick up where I left off.
I think you were talking about the 30% that you consider the benchmark for affordable housing.
Yes, I would love to pull this slide up to show everybody. I'm sorry about this, folks. And I have found it. Okay, are you all seeing my presentation once again? Okay. So, am I good to continue, Senator Rafferty? Are you hearing me okay now?
Yes, we're good right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize again for that. So where I had left off was talking about what we mean by affordable, and that was where a household should not be paying more than 30% of their income on housing costs. And that includes not only their mortgage or their rent, but also any associated insurances or taxes. So anybody paying more than 30% is what we call a cost burden renter or cost burden homeowner. And so what that means is for someone, teachers say earning $40,000 a year, 30% of that income, $12,000 or about $1,000 a month, to kind of put that into perspective. So we help people buy their homes, and we help people rent their homes. We help people repair their homes. And on days like today, we need to help people heat their homes. So I'm going to go into a number of our programs right now. And one of the first ones that I'll talk about is our first-time homebuyer program, which is our single-family mortgage product. We help about 1,000 people a year in this program with the use of tax-exempt housing bonds. We also use some of our state home fund to provide down payment assistance through our Advantage program. Oftentimes, a down payment is the one thing that is keeping people from becoming a home buyer. And then we also have programs to help with home buyer education. We have statistics here at Maine Housing that are out on our website. We call that one of them is the affordability index. And that's just a measurement of how many, can the average income buy the average priced home? And in only 6 counties in Maine can the average income for a household buy the average priced home. We update this information every year. And unfortunately in 2021, what we just put out on our website, we had 3 counties, Androscoggin, Franklin, and Oxford County, that were no longer affordable, that used to be affordable. We're seeing a lot of rising costs, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But we help people, and this is Jordan from Brunswick with her son, who's part of our first-time homebuyer program. And this is Megan and Andrew from Lewiston and their dog Samson. This is Tim and Erin, and this is Tim and his son. They live in Auburn. Erin's at work, she's a nurse. And so Tim's getting some help with some renovations in their new home. There's a nice story here that when these folks arrived in Maine from Alaska, they were staying in an RV in Tim's brother's driveway. And as you know, in 2020, the single family market got quite heated in Maine, and they kept being outbid
in trying to obtain their homes. And finally, they landed a home in Auburn, and we have a nice success story, but there's just an awful lot of pressure right now on people who are trying to get into their first home. And this is Renee and her daughter, Tiana, in Augusta. Renee is in her late 40s, never had owned a home before, but when she took our first time homebuyer class, gained that confidence, put everything together, and became homeowners. So there's some nice success stories here. One of the bigger focuses in our agency is multifamily development. There simply aren't enough units to meet the demand for renters in Maine. Over the past several years, we have been producing on average about 200 units a year. My goal is to see if we can't get to 1,000 units a year, and thanks to the help of the legislature last year with the passage of the state low-income housing tax credit, we put 300 units online this year. Next year, we will be putting over 500 units, and the year after that, we'll be coming close to 750. So we're well on our way. We've got an awful lot of momentum going. This piece of land right here is down in Lisbon Street, Lewiston. It's the Hartley block, and a fire had taken out a restaurant and other businesses that were on Lisbon Street. And now we have a beautiful 55 and older housing project there, the Hartley block. It's named after Marsden Hartley, who was a painter in Lewiston. It's right across from the Lewiston Public Library. And it's an example of smart growth, where we place our housing, where we finance our housing units is incredibly important to us. And this project opened in May of 2019 and replaced that empty lot with a beautiful new building right there in downtown Lewiston. We also help provide financing for rehab of historic structures, and this is a Southgate project in Scarborough. That was a bit of an eyesore before we provided financing to the developer for this project. There's a beautiful barn building out back and really brought to life a nice historic building. I remember being at this opening, and a young family, a young Iraqi family, invited us into their home where they served us cake and tea, and it was just wonderful to all the hard work that goes into it to be able to celebrate with new renters and new Mainers as well. This is our most recent project. A few weeks ago, we cut the ribbon at Furman Block in downtown Portland. Now, this is in South Bayside. If you travel through Portland, you'll see this building immediately. An absolutely beautiful building. This project is for folks 55 and older. There are 40 units here. It's helping revitalize South Bayside in Portland. The entire first floor is going to be commercial, and it's going to be mixed income, meaning some folks are going to be market rate and some are going to be affordable. And it's just another success project of the work we've been doing in our multifamily programs. So I'm sorry, here's another inside picture of Furman. So too many homes in Maine are simply beyond repair. This property is in Woolwich, and we've seen too many of those. We've seen too many of these properties throughout our landscape, throughout Maine. We can really have some dramatic impact. Here we replaced that home with a beautiful new mobile home. The gentleman who was in here doesn't have to go around with buckets every time it rains. That was his most exciting, one of the things he was most grateful for. He carries a small mortgage on this property, and we also provide some grant financing using our home fund. And I'll talk a little bit more about the home fund later, but this is the type of thing that really makes us happy and things that we can do throughout our state. Some of the, switching now to our administrative side and our program administration, federal rental assistance, the Housing Choice Voucher Program. This is also known as Section 8, or is referred to as Section 8. We provide over 3,800 vouchers. We administer about 1/3 of the vouchers throughout this state. Public housing authorities that I mentioned earlier administer the other group of vouchers. On average, we pay about $640 a month through federal rental assistance to over 1,000 landlords. Landlords are key to our ability to get our mission accomplished, and we're grateful. There's some wonderful landlords in our state. This program helps people who are disabled or some who just need a little bit of help that this note that we received indicates. Some people just need a little bit of help for a little bit of time. Another program we administer is a home energy assistance program. We need to keep people safe and warm in their homes. We, on an annual basis, assist over 30,000 people a year. An average benefit for a household is anywhere between $600 and $1,000. So it doesn't cover the entire heating cost of a household, but it makes a big dent. And it's nice to get notes like these. And on an annual basis, we pay out around $25 million to help people heat their homes. And finally, we are very involved, as you might know, in helping people who are experiencing homelessness. On any given night, 1,200 people in Maine are homeless. That includes people who are sheltered and unsheltered. There is a program we have for the 36 shelters in Maine. We fund 66 navigators. These are individuals who work for the homeless shelters that help individuals navigate through and out of the homeless shelters to permanent housing solutions. On average, about 5,000 people a year have been going through our program. And the $6.7 million that we invest there is a combination of federal funds that we get from HUD, $2.5 million we get from you, and $3 million that Maine Housing puts in from its home fund. We have been working very hard with the Statewide Homeless Council and the Corporation for Supportive Housing, as well as several times a week with meetings with the Department of Health and Human Services. And we've got quite a bit of momentum built up and moving in the right direction as we try and come up with a different approach for how we are helping people through shelter. I mentioned earlier about the home fund, and we can't do what we do without the home fund. Last year was the first time in 15 years that the home fund was fully funded, and we're so grateful for this committee in particular and your advocacy for that. That was absolutely critical to us building this type of momentum that I've talked about. We take the home fund and we use it throughout our entire agency, all of the programs that I've mentioned. We try and put this and deploy this money as quickly as we can. The beauty of it is its flexibility. So when the pandemic hit us in March, we were able to quickly turn to the home fund. We knew some of these programs we weren't going to be as successful in because we weren't able to access people's homes. So we were just very quickly able to redeploy that money and help people affected by the pandemic. We'll be talking more about the pandemic with you a little bit later. So the home fund, we just simply cannot do what we do without the home fund. We had sent over to you a host of information, more detail about who we are and what we do. I encourage you when you get a minute to look at all that information. We shared with you our list of accomplishments and a bit more detail than I went into this morning. But we are here. We're looking forward to working with you throughout the session. And next time around, we'll be looking forward to inviting you to our new building and sharing more with you in person about what we do. So again, I apologize for the technical difficulties earlier, and I hope this presentation is helpful. I'll be happy to take any questions.
You're on mute, Senator.
I am not hearing anything. I'm sorry.
There you
Well,
go.
There we go.
okay, sorry. I had Representative Bradstreet, Senator Garin. I know I have a couple, and I also see Representative Drinkwater. So we'll start with Representative Bradstreet, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate all that you do and for being here today. I have kind of a general, maybe questions or observations. Maybe you could give some response to that. I've had a few people contact me about needing more money for homeless shelters. Even with all that we're doing, there seems to be a lack of shelters, at least for people maybe who have some behavioral issues as well. And I'm wondering if we're getting an increase in the home funding because of the increase in home sales, if there might be some money available for that, or are your hands pretty much tied when it comes to where your money can be allocated?
Well, Representative Bradstreet, thank you. We have a fair degree of flexibility with our home fund, and that's what makes it most valuable to us. Just recently, actually, before COVID began, we had increased our allotment to the ESHAP program, which is one of the last slides I showed you. So we have flexibility. And right now, there's been a concerted effort since the beginning of the pandemic to recognize that we need a new approach and a new way to fund our homeless shelters and a whole new system. And that work has continued through 2020 and more of a regional approach and just in types of partnerships and relationships that we haven't had before, primarily with the Department of Health and Human Services, the nonprofit arena. We're having discussions with philanthropic organizations. So in short, to answer your question, we do have flexibility with the home fund and we look to deploy it where we need to. But we also want to be strategic in how we do it so that the individuals, you've mentioned behavioral health issues, in many ways, homelessness is it's a public health issue just as much as it is an economic issue for an individual. So sometimes it's a matter of spending money in the right ways out of the right pots. And we're trying to be as strategic as we can in that regard.
Senator Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for the presentation today. On that last slide of the housing fund, it said housing development 36%. What falls in that category?
So Senator, that is our multifamily apartments. I've shown you pictures of the Hartley block. And what we do there is we use that to help multifamily developers create new housing units.
Did you have any of those north of Augusta this year?
Yes, we have. We've been doing some projects up in Bangor in particular. Just a few months ago, I was at the ribbon cutting for the new Stephen B. Moore's apartments just off of Broadway. And they have that's with Penquist Cap. And they have another building right next to it that we're doing named after former Executive Director Charlie Newton. So Penquist Cap up in Bangor has been very active. We try and be as strategic as we can when we put our programs together to get geographic diversity with our developments. And there isn't enough to go around, but we've been fortunate enough to do projects in Lincoln. We've done projects up in Aroostook County. And my board in particular has urged us to keep our eyes on rural Maine. And that state low-income housing tax credit that this committee was supportive of and got unanimous agreement from the legislature has some benchmarks to make sure that we're hitting rural Maine and other areas of Maine. So
okay, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
I have Representative Drinkwater, then Representative Gear, and Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Commissioner, for your briefing on housing. My question's got to do with during this pandemic, and we're hearing a lot about people cannot pay their rent and how evictions have been halted. Could you just briefly talk on what you know about this? And a follow-up question would be, if you are involved with this, with rental assistance, as I see in your graph, it says rental assistance. Are you helping these people during this pandemic with their rental?
Yes, we are, Representative. Since April, we have worked very closely not only with the former chairs of this committee or the current chair, Representative Sylvester, and with the governor's office. And we, using home funds in April, stood up a $5 million rental assistance program that helped people bridge between the time their stimulus money and unemployment insurance checks kicked in. We ran that through the summer, and we helped about 6,500 people. And then beginning in August, the governor funded us with the coronavirus relief funds. And we had a rental assistance program through the end of December that helped another roughly 10,000 households pay their rent. And in total, over $30 million of investment. We've also been working very closely with advocates from the rental for renters, as well as landlords and the courts around the issue of eviction prevention. We have been at the forefront of those discussions, and we're not out of the woods by any stretch. We now have $200 million that has come into Maine from the most recent federal stimulus package. We're waiting on U.S. Treasury to give us some guidance on that we need to be able to stand that program up. But pretty shortly here in February, we expect to start up again with rental assistance. And that's a pretty healthy amount of money, and we should be able to avert a whole bunch of evictions. There's a housing stability focus that we need to provide with those funds. So in short, we'll talk a little bit more about it in the afternoon session, but we are very heavily involved with that.
Thank you very much. Just two quick follow-up questions. Number one, when you help somebody with rental assistance, does that money go to the rentor, or does that assistance go to the landlord? And quickly, what about trailer parks and lot rent?
Yes, so lot rent is eligible under the program, and the funding goes directly to the landlord. Now, in the new program, as we work through the new federal regulations on it, it does allow a scenario where if a landlord is not responsive and the household is eligible, payments could go right to the household. We think that's going to be a rare situation, but the federal legislation allows for it. But up till now, all the money has been going directly to the landlord.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for all the good information today, Commissioner. My question has to do with research and projects that I have seen in other states and cities with regard to addressing the homelessness crisis through a strategy of homing people first, and that recognizing that it's very difficult to set up any kind of a stable life if you don't have a permanent address and a place to live and be warm and safe. I'm just wondering to what extent that is something that Maine Housing is working on in Maine. I know it's a fundamental challenge of addressing the urgency with shelters, but I'm also thinking about how we make sure to address the core homelessness issue. So would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure, if I understand correctly, you might be referring to the policy called Housing First. And Housing First has been a fundamental part of our strategy around helping homelessness in Maine for quite some time, and it will continue to be so. We have worked with developers and the Department of Health and Human Services and other nonprofit homeless providers. We've actually financed several properties that are focused on Housing First. Typically, these are identifying individuals in homeless shelters that have been there the longest, that are the hardest to serve. And the concept is that if you take someone who is really struggling and has been for quite some time, and you simply provide them with an apartment, with a housing voucher, and some resources around them, that they will be able to get themselves out of the dilemma that they've been fighting for so long. We've seen this work in Maine. We've seen it work in Portland. We've seen it work in other areas. And it's a good strategy and should remain part of our strategic efforts going forward.
Great, thank you.
Representative Pebworth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm curious if you could say a little bit more about the Department of Corrections and their concerns about housing folks who were recently released.
Sure. We are actively in discussions. One of the first things I did after Commissioner Liberty took his position is we went over there and introduced him to who we were at Maine Housing. And I know that we have continued those discussions to help folks that are incarcerated and coming back into the community. I'm looking forward to us doing more. We both, I think both agencies got inundated by COVID, if you will, but those discussions we're looking forward to continuing on, and there's a lot of opportunities there. So I'm encouraged by what I hear from Commissioner Liberty and Director Thornell and others over there. So we want to keep working with them.
I see Representative Bradstreet, but I'd like to jump in. I think, Representative, just before you get into your second set, but I get into this myself. I mean, affordable housing means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But in particular for me, you know, where I am right now is a lot different than what I was thinking about a few months ago, to be very honest with you, just because the need is just seems to be more in my face or escalating. Just to give you a typical example, I saw yesterday, we get notices about land. My wife loves to watch it, but in York County, just in my town yesterday, a piece of property came up and then 27 minutes later it was sold. I mean, that's how fast it's happening. But affordability is very different in my own community. I visited Park Street School last week, and you're probably familiar with that. That's an old school that was converted into some affordable apartments. And currently in that facility, there's 168 seniors on the wait list. And in the last 2 years, there's only been 5 openings. So, and I heard you mention earlier that you're, you know, right now we're over 200 facilities came online last year. Your target is 300 this year. And, you know, it just seems like the target you floated earlier was 1,000. So what would it take, you know, to get to that 800 to 1,000 new units each year? And could your committee, your folks, make a proposal or give us a proposal to what that's going to look like, what that would take for us to help you get there?
Absolutely. More of what you have been doing over the past year, year and a half. Okay. So the state low-income housing tax credit is an incredible tool that we are now deploying that U.S. legislators gave to us last year. And that enables us to go out and find investors for more projects. It basically comes down to funding. So the tax credit is a tool. You'll be hearing during your session about an affordable housing bond package. Those are all the things that we need to be able to develop to that level. Full funding for the home fund. And so we have a very robust group of affordable housing developers in Maine. We have a very competent and qualified group of contractors that are able to build these buildings. We've got numerous communities that are in need and wanting to support affordable housing. And what it comes down to is more money, more funding. But we have an efficient way to get that out the door. So the more we are entrusted with the dollars that the legislature imparts on us or that the taxpayers give to us, it's our duty to get that money out as quickly as we can. That's been happening over the past 2 years, and we're grateful for it, and we need to keep the momentum going.
Thank you. I'm going to let Representative Bradstreet jump in, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. One's a comment, the other's a question. And I noticed, excuse me, the previous legislative session, I think this committee entertained an exploratory special select committee, I think it was, to identify barriers to affordable housing. And I'm not sure that ever got off the ground. But in that light, I did notice that some towns are taking a little more, excuse me, positive attitude. For instance, Bangor has decreased the minimum lot size in the town of Bangor, within the city of Bangor, and that's going to make for more affordable housing. I think by virtue of their doing that, they've created hundreds of more lots. And I've already talked to one developer who's thinking of putting a spec house on a lot that he owns that he otherwise wouldn't have been able to use. So I think in the long run, that's good, not just for Maine housing, but for all Maine residents and potential home buyers as well. The question I have pertains to the manufactured housing replacement program, and the commission knows I'm somewhat familiar with that. And I know that within that program, it takes a lot of time to get a new homes. Now it takes months and months after the homes are ordered from the manufacturer before they come in. Is that causing a big problem for that program, Commissioner?
Thank you, Representative. The first thing before I forget is that bill is coming back in this legislature. It was now Speaker Fecto had introduced a bill to put together a group to come up with incentives for municipalities to look at their zoning and codes and so on and so forth to make affordable housing more attractive and taking more of a incentive approach than a requirement approach. So that is coming back. In regard to the latter question, the demand that I've seen hasn't been incredibly high. I'm not aware that I'm sure everything is taking longer. It's taking longer to develop an affordable or to build an affordable apartment building like Furman Block or Hartley. And I'm sure the transactions that you and your association are involved with are taking longer. I wouldn't say that it's risen to the point where it's a big barrier, but I was just thinking, we typically come and meet with you and your organization each year, and we look forward to continuing that discussion. Ways that Maine Housing can continue to help developers and property owners who want to provide affordable housing opportunities for Maine people. So that commitment will continue.
Thank you, appreciate that. There's another facet of that. My association, and it has to do with modular homes. I'd just like people to know that some of the manufacturers, if you were to order a home now, it takes over a year to get it. That's how big the demand is, and those low rates are working wonders in the housing business.
Yes, and I'm going to ask another question, then we'll take a break, I think. But mine's going back to the home fund itself. And again, I'm new, so pardon my ignorance in advance. But the home fund obviously is a very valuable resource. And just can you give me some insight as to what that's looked like over the past 5 years and any changes that you have planned that, for the immediate future?
Well, in terms of its amount, the amount of the home fund over the years has really just fluctuated with the real estate economy in Maine. Currently, at full funding, I think our allocation that comes to Maine Housing is just under $20 million, which is on the higher end of where it always has been. As I mentioned before, prior to last year, the 15 previous years prior to that, the amount we received was affected by the legislature's decisions to use the funds elsewhere. And I remember earlier in my career where it was zero that came to Maine Housing. So we're very appreciative of the fund. I think it's brilliant in how it was put together, and what we try to do is use it as effectively and as efficiently as we can. Every penny of the home fund that comes to us is allocated to a program throughout the pie chart that I had referenced earlier. And we also look to use it in every aspect of our business, because we know that every aspect of our business, we haven't solved that particular problem. We haven't solved home ownership or multifamily development or homelessness or home repair. So we got to keep active in each and every one of those areas. So I don't know if I'm doing justice to your question, Senator, but just know how important it is. And I think the beauty is, a few years ago, before the pandemic, we went through a terrible drought. And all of a sudden, people's wells were drying up. Well, we were able to deploy that money very quickly throughout the state and start helping people dig new wells. So it's flexibility, the ability, I don't have to go to my board, I don't have to go through a process. I have to be held accountable, which is why we put out all the details and information. But I just think the more we have, the more flexible we can be, the more we can help people each and every day. And we're going to continue down that path.
Thank you. So how do legislators get involved, or other people get involved in terms of the decision-making around how that fund is spent?
We surround ourselves with what we call our partners, our housing partners. So when it comes to, for example, our down payment assistance, we talk to the realtors. We have a group of multifamily developers who talk to us about how we spend the money on multifamily development. We're constantly talking to homeless shelter providers and community action agencies. Throughout the year, we hold just general listening sessions in various communities. We always reach out to local legislators to engage them on their local communities. So we try and surround ourselves with as much advice and guidance as we can, knowing, of course, that at the end of the day, we have to make some tough decisions here at Maine Housing about where we're going to allocate that money. And we try and do that as transparently as we can, so everybody sees where we spend the money and is able to say, hey, what about me? Or why not more money over here? We just try and be as thoughtful and careful as we can and provide ourselves with as much information about what the need is as we can.
It's also, can I add, it's also very easy for legislators to give us their input because you do. The chairs and the leads, as well as other members of the committee, are very generous with their insights and advice on how this goes, and it's taken very seriously. We're working on a program right now that Chairman Sylvester has been talking with us about for the last year. So yeah, you have our phone numbers, and we're very easy to talk to.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I will certainly take you up on doing so. So thanks. Any other questions, folks? I'm sure I'll have some as I think through this during our lunch break, but we'll see you folks again. I think we're due back at 1 o'clock, so we'll get, is that good?
That sounds great. We appreciate the opportunity and look forward to seeing you at 1 o'clock.
All right. Thank you, folks, and we'll see you then. Enjoy your break. Thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you, Senator.
How we doing? Anyone back? Looks like it might be me.
I'm here, Joe.
Oh, hey, Mike. Be right back. Just left my direct. Trying to get a lot done in an hour.
It is not yet snowing in Blue Hill.
I was just going to ask that if anybody had had any snow yet. It's looking pretty heavy skied here, and the birds are going crazy at my bird feeders. I've had 11 different kinds of birds out here during lunch, so that's been fun.
Oh, it's not snowing yet here in Kennebunk, but we're preparing.
Stacy, did you call Deshane to come down and help you with all those birds?
What's that? Oh, Duchesne's? Oh, he could help me with that, I'm sure. I've had some interesting ones. I have 2 different kinds of nuthatches, and a woodpecker that I haven't seen other winters is the red-breasted woodpecker. But this year I have one that's coming regularly, so that's been fun.
That's nice. Those are pretty.
Our feeder is on like a cleared lawn, and so we've had problems with hawks in the past catching their lunch off the feeder, just like that. So this year we put in some stakes and cut down some trees down in the woods and made like a little shelter around the bird feeder, and it really has paid off in no hawks and a lot more little birds. So we're going to do that.
Great.
Again.
So it appears as most everyone's back. We're waiting on Tracy and we good to go, Alyssa? Okay. All right. So, well, folks, welcome back. And we were with Maine Housing. We're going to continue this afternoon with Maine Housing. And welcome again. I think, Dan, are you going to start this afternoon as well?
I will. I will walk us through another short presentation and.
Well, thank you very much, Director, for doing so. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. So I will work to bring up another PowerPoint for us. And are you all seeing my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. I see a thumbs up from Senator Rafferty. Thank you. So what I wanted to do this afternoon is to just walk you through what's been going on since COVID. Before I start, we've sent over to you 4 documents that I alluded to just briefly at the morning presentation. One of them is a more comprehensive booklet of who we are and what we do. Goes into a bit more detail than I went into this morning. And it's a nice document that will go into a lot of the detail about what we do. Another document we sent you is more of a written version of what I'm going to present to you right now on COVID. We also shared with you a spreadsheet of projects that are in our pipeline, the multifamily projects. You can see there the home fund influence and other federal funding that we have. And also, you might remember that Governor Mills signed the affordable housing bond a few years ago, and we've got a whole pipeline of projects there with that. And then most proudly is every year we put out a list of our accomplishments. And that was fun putting that together, and we've shared that with you. So when you get some time, please look those over and give us a holler with any questions. So where I want to start with our presentation this afternoon is I'm going to start out with our rent relief program. We spoke very briefly about it this morning. I'll give you a little bit more detail. So when the pandemic hit in March, as we know, unemployment just skyrocketed and fear took over, and just we didn't know what we were dealing with, and it was just a really tough time, as we all remember. And so, the federal government got into action and started working on the stimulus package with the stimulus checks and unemployment assistance. But there was a period of time there, March and April, where we started talking to many of you on the committee as well as the governor's office and saying, we've got to do something. So again, the beauty of the home fund, we at Maine Housing decided to take $5 million of our home fund that we knew we would not be utilizing in other programs to create a very quick rent relief program. It was sort of a bridge program. The idea was we're not going to be able to pay everybody's full rent, but we can give something to get by. And we worked very closely with Governor Mills herself in putting this together. And it was a $500 one-time bridge amount to be paid directly to the landlord. And it served as the framework of the rent relief program that we continued throughout the year. So between April 16th, I believe, was the date we stood up our first program, and we ran that through May and June and July with this one-time benefit, and really provided a bridge so that when the stimulus funds came and the unemployment checks came, people were able to make their rent and have a little bit of stability in knowing that. That program went well. And then in August, the governor began to fund with coronavirus relief funds a second version of the program. We allowed everybody who'd received the $500 before to re-enter the game, if you will. Excuse me. And that program provided up to $1,000 for rental assistance for the months of August and September and into October. And that proved to be very impactful. We served about 6,500 people in the first bridge program. Since then, we've been serving somewhere in the range of about 9,000 households. And then another tranche of the rent relief money came later on in the year. And again, we allowed people to reapply to the $1,000 a month program. So we've kind of run 3 different iterations, all totaled over $33 million, as you can see on this slide here. It's a pretty good program. We're using our community action agencies as the delivery vehicle. They have an online application system that allows people to get their applications in. The way the program works is payment is made directly to the landlord, and in return, the landlord agrees that they will not pursue an eviction for the month that they receive the rent, even if it's not the full amount of the rent. Key to the program is a self-attestation. We want to use as very little documentation and paperwork, because just the logistics of going through and providing all that information we've seen in other states where it just wasn't workable given the demand and the amount of time that it took for people to get through the system. So we have a tenant affidavit, we have a landlord affidavit. Along the way, we've been having several landlord forums, reaching out to landlord groups. How is this working? Are we hitting the mark? What can we be doing better? And in addition to that, along with the governor's office, Maine Affordable Housing Coalition, property managers, Maine Equal Justice, the landlord associations, foreclosure attorneys, we've been meeting as a group throughout the whole year of 2020, continually talking about ways that this program can keep people from getting evicted and help landlords get their rental money. So that's sort of what we did in 2020, and during the month of January and into the month of February, the community action agencies have been continuing to process those applications. Towards the end of the presentation, I'll talk to you about what's next on rent relief, but that was a core piece of our COVID response. The next area, there we go. The next area that we invested a tremendous amount of energy right from the get-go was with our homeless shelters. Homeless shelters were not designed for COVID. The days of congregating individuals who are experiencing homeless together in tight quarters and having them spend the night on a mat or a cot, and then having to get up early in the morning and out the door only to come back later in the day. That model just isn't sustainable. It shouldn't be sustainable. And in COVID, we simply couldn't do it. So the first and foremost thing we had to do is we needed to distance people as soon as we possibly could. And so we got to work with the university system and the city of Lewiston. They donated some facilities like the Sullivan Gym in Portland and the Armory in Lewiston. And we worked with nonprofit organizations in these areas, as well as up in Presque Isle and in Bangor and the Mid-Coast and Warren. And we stood up these wellness shelters. And we were able to reduce the overall census at each of the homeless shelters and move people into the wellness centers and surround them with these nonprofit organizations that could care for them and provide them a little bit of a safe haven and not have them leave during the day, but a place where someone could stay. And we kind of realized that during that period of time, we were doing something right here. We were going about this differently and a little bit more effectively. And people had dignity and they had some time to rest and relax. They had a little bit of privacy. And we began to see that the folks that serve in these homeless shelters are telling us that they're able to access individuals a little bit better, get them connected with things. And of course, that was just short term because those facilities had to go back to the schools and the municipalities. But that the concept of the wellness shelters was something that we immediately did during the pandemic. See a nice quote here from Charlie in Portland. This is the Sullivan Gym. Again, the university system, Preble Street Resource Center, the folks at the city of Portland helped stand this up. So, the community got involved and tried to make these wellness shelters as welcoming as possible. Some nice artwork here. This is Charlie. This is the individual who provided that quote earlier. He was a guest in Portland. This is Darlene. She was also a guest in Portland. And we're really proud of the work that we did with the wellness centers. This is the Lewiston Armory. Again, a lot of logistical cooperation and coordination to get these wellness shelters up. And again, the Armory in Lewiston. So obviously the wellness shelters, again, were short-term. We also began to talk with owners of hotels around the state, and realizing that particularly as the pandemic was taking hold, our hospitality industry took a huge hit. But that provided an opportunity to provide social distancing, quarantining, and isolation for individuals who are experiencing homelessness. We also realized that it could also provide more of a public health benefit to immigrants, immigrant families, agricultural workers throughout the summer, healthcare providers, and other people living in congregate living. So in total, over nearly 4.5 million for rooms, about $1.7 million for the various operations, 11 hotels. This has been happening around the country, and we've done a wonderful job here in Maine, and that work continues. So the operations piece of this, these are the folks that provide intake for the guests. They do daily checks on their well-being. It's ability to provide quarantine and isolation, and you just never know when that need is going to pop up. We've seen outbreaks at shelters. We've just had one in Oxford Street Shelter in Portland this week. And when they happen, we have a place, we have a way to deal with it. The other thing that we realized or was reported this week, which is just heartbreaking, we currently have 15 babies that are in our hotel rooms and being cared for by their parents. And we've just had diapers added to the allowable use of the operational dollars. So it's just heartbreaking. But at the same time, the owners of the hotels, the nonprofits that stand up, the municipalities that have to sign off and allow, welcome this in. It's been a success in achieving the short-term goal of keeping this pandemic at bay in those communities and dealing with spikes when they happen. Other key things that we've done, as I mentioned earlier today, we have a program that funds homeless shelters. But when the pandemic hit, the operating costs of those homeless shelters needed to increase dramatically. So we stood up a grant program where we supplemented the work that the monies that we were providing these shelters, shelter by shelter. What are your needs? What do you need to, what funding do you need to buy PPP, to pay overtime, to hire more staff? And so we've quickly, with our home fund, just stood up a homeless shelter grant program. And luckily, the federal government later came in with federal funding to cover those costs. But again, we couldn't do it without the home fund. And then we also worked on rapid rehousing. These are very specific grants to Portland. We have 2 in Portland, 1 in Bangor, 1 in Knox County, where organizations are hiring people to engage with those experiencing homelessness and really focus on getting them permanent housing. The biggest challenge we're finding right now, which you may not be surprised at, is lack of inventory. And so it's a lot harder than just going out and looking at the want ads for where there's a local apartment available. Sometimes it takes a lot more digging, a lot more intensive interaction between the client and the landlord. And so that's what rapid rehousing is all about. So what are we looking at next? Going back to rental assistance. Maine has received an allocation of $200 million for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. This is the most recent tranche of money that's come from the most recent stimulus bill. We are in the process right now of drafting that program up. It's being run through the United States Treasury Department. There are some aspects of that legislation that they need to clarify for us, but in general, it's going to be very robust. It's going to provide up to 12 months of rental assistance and utility assistance that can be used to pay back rent all the way back to April. And it will also pay prospective rent, meaning once you come in and apply, you'll get 3 months worth of rent, and you won't have to apply until those 3 months you don't have to reapply until the 3 months has been used up. Again, the money is going to go right to the landlord. As I mentioned before, there's a carve out where if the landlord is non-responsive, the money could go to the tenant. We're going to no longer have the $1,000 per month limit, particularly in the southern part of our state with rents as high, much higher in York and Cumberland County than other parts of the state. There's really an opportunity here to keep people housed, keep them stable, and keep them away from evictions. One of the core pieces of this program is a housing stability services program that we are going to be able to stand up in several areas of the state. We're working with organizations right now around the state, including the community action agencies and Maine Equal Justice and other tenant and landlord advocacy groups. This will, as I mentioned, keep people from being evicted, provide case management for particularly challenging situations, and also help people apply for assistance. Many of our new Mainers throughout the state have difficulty applying, and there are organizations we can work with that will help them out. Other things, so as we sit here, we are waiting for final guidance from the U.S. Treasury, and really the key issue there is to what degree will the U.S. Treasury require third-party verification and documentation of income and circumstances. We have advocated for the self-attestation route using the affidavit method. The initial guidance from the Treasury came out with more documentation than we would like. And when I say we, it's the collective nationwide effort of organizations that are spending this money. And we understand the U.S. Treasury is rethinking some things. They haven't come out with anything yet, but we are waiting that. In the meantime, we're looking to have this program up hopefully in just a couple of weeks because we need that guidance and we think that it's imminent. Other things that we are looking at, we're going to continue to work with hotels. We are, as the need has spiked through the winter months, we have stood up more hotels, most recently in Waterville and Augusta. We've added one in Portland. We've added some resources up in Aroostook County. And we have really worked with the local community leaders regarding the use of hotels. The other major thing that's been going on, the last time I talked to you earlier in the spring, we made the case that the current structure and the way that we deal with provide services to people who are homeless, just the system has to change. That work has been ongoing with the Statewide Homeless Council. We brought in a consultant, the Corporation for Supportive Housing, and they have made wonderful progress throughout the 2020, where we are now looking at different regional areas of the state and focusing in on making each region a little bit more robust. That will take the pressure off the core service centers of Portland, Lewiston, Bangor, but also provide those service centers of Portland, Lewiston, Bangor with more resources to help them. So there's a lot of work going on with that. Again, we are in constant contact with our Department of Health and Human Services. We've got a really nice teamwork going on there with Commissioner Lambrew and her whole team, and it's going quite well. And other than that, again, just staying the course through this pandemic, trying to continually refine the approach we've been taking. So I will stop there and invite you to provide any questions you may have.
You're on mute, Senator.
Sorry about that. So I don't know which order they came up in, but looking at my screen from left to right, I have Representative Bradstreet, followed by Representative Cuddy, and Senator Garrett, please, and then Representative Drinkwater.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Brennan, thank you again. More of a comment than anything else. I talked to a landlord fairly recently who had a tenant whose English was a second language, so they had a difficult time negotiating the application of the paperwork. So the landlord kind of sat down and went through it with the person, and it worked out fine. I just wonder if more landlords would be encouraged to do that. It would be in their own best interest to do so. It worked well when people work together.
Yeah, I may ask Denise Lord on my team to talk about the outreach that we've done with the New Manor community. Denise, maybe a few words on that?
Sure. So you're absolutely right, Representative. The goal is to foster communication between landlords and tenants. That's the ultimate, most successful strategy. We also are working with the ethnic and cultural based organizations across the state to provide application assistance to non-English speaking tenants. And we have translated our application into 8 languages, and those are widely available either through the Community Action Agency, the ethnic and cultural based organizations, and on our homepage. So we've really worked hard to improve access to the program.
Thank you. Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much, Senator. Mr. Brennan, thank you very much for all this information. I have concerns that have been raised to me by some landlords in my district around the possibility of fraud in the program. And you say that you're using a self-attestation model of ensuring that people are have been true and honest about what they've been claiming on these. And so I'm wondering about what kind of ability does Maine State Housing Authority, given that the CAAs are the ones actually sort of working the program, if you do audit in the future and find that there's been a problem, do you have any ability to claw back money? Do you have any ability to, if somebody has filed, use an affidavit, is there somebody to go after somebody who's committed fraud intentionally in this program? I mean, I'm not talking about somebody who got their numbers wrong or there was some small problem, but I'm talking about actual fraud.
Yes, thank you, Representative Cuddy. We've done a couple of things. Number one, our legal staff has worked on the application documents and the attestation, the affidavits in the early days, as well as the governor herself, our former attorney general. And so we do have what we feel are adequate controls around what people are attesting to. And so therefore, if we come across situations or we find situations that you've described, we'll be able to refer those to the appropriate authorities if we find that. One of the beauties of working with the community action agencies is that they know their local communities very well. They know the landlords, they know the people they're dealing with. And so that is one layer of control that we feel good about. It doesn't mean that there aren't going to be problems. We have an internal audit function here at Maine Housing. We've been in touch with, we've strategized with our internal auditor about ways that we could go back and do some testing to ensure that no such fraud or issues exist. And we also have a constituent services, as you might expect with the volume of applications that we've had. We do get calls and we do get things reported to us that are of concern. And we follow through on those. We follow through as much as we can. And we want to make sure that there is a robust way to make sure that there isn't any fraud or problems with that. So we've tried to address it in many different ways and we'll continue to do so.
Thank you. Senator Rafferty, if I could have a follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. That led into a second issue, which is that I have people in my district who believe that fraud is going on and they're trying to find someone to bring it to the attention of, and they're having great difficulty in doing so. So to whom should they address it if they believe that the program is being defrauded?
Sure. So in the materials that we have, Karen Lawler, who's on the call with us as well, she's our constituent services. I would invite them to notify Karen, and then we can take it from there. And we take that stuff very, very seriously. And if we find that there's situations where we need to kick it up to law enforcement or what have you, we certainly would. But that's who I would ask that you direct that information to.
Thank you.
Senator Guerin, you're up, and then Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Senator. And my question is right in line with Representative Cuddy's question. I've had a lot of reports from people that people who never lost their job were getting the rental assistance, or people who were out on unemployment and getting the additional CARES money. So they were making more than they normally made, but they were getting rental assistance. What kind of guidelines do you have for the assistance?
So to be eligible for the assistance, you had to have been affected by COVID as far as income being affected by COVID, and your household had to be impacted. So we know that there are many folks that have applied that have been deemed ineligible because there was not a COVID impact. Folks that have been on fixed incomes and others aren't eligible for the program. And I would suggest the same response that I gave to Representative Cuddy, which is if there's a concern, if there's a question, please let us know, and we will look into the situation and address it. It's important that there be integrity in the program, so we take that responsibility very seriously, as we do with all the programs that we have when we're dealing with federal rental assistance or federal assistance in general. We administer a number of programs, and we always watch out for that. So I would welcome those questions to come to us.
Follow up, Senator?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So would it be accurate to say if someone did not lose their job or have a pay cut at their job, or if they were receiving unemployment with the additional supplement from Washington, that they would not have been eligible for the program?
I haven't spent that amount of time with the details in particular. I don't want to misspeak. With the program has very clear eligibility guidelines that's on our website. So I don't want to misspeak in those particular cases. If someone has been unemployed, then generally they would be eligible for the rent relief program. But again, I would refer you to our website, and we can certainly follow up on the specifics. I just don't want to misspeak in this forum.
If somebody on your staff wanted to get back to me, because I have had that question a number of times from constituents, especially landlords, so that'd be helpful. Thank you.
You'll absolutely do that.
You could be receiving the CARES unemployment money and still qualify for the rent relief program.
Now, how is that possible? Because they would be making more money than when they had been working.
And that's theoretically that's possible. Yes, it's more possible here than it is in New York or California, but that's how they wrote the law.
I guess I would encourage you to look at that and preserve our resources, because we may be in this for the long haul for people who are truly desperate. So.
Yes, and this new program that Dan talked about has. We're still working on how that gets designed and how that will look. It will be a slightly different program, I think, starting with the verification if nothing changes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Drinkwater and Representative Pebworth is on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Brennan, you mentioned earlier about a $200 million rental assistance program. Earlier this morning, you talked about the participation of rental assistance to the landlords, and also that trailer parks, trailer rent would apply. Could you just talk me through how a landlord would participate in this program? I'm sure there's must be paperwork that they have to do in order to participate. Could you just walk me through that, please?
Sure. So the way the program is designed is we'll use two examples. The first example being the tenant would apply and submit their information. In that application, they would identify who the landlord is, and the landlord would be contacted. The landlord would then fill out some paperwork all online, simply an affidavit, and they need to supply their tax document, W-9. And they would supply that to the Community Action Agency, and they would receive the rental assistance check from the Community Action Agency. Now we're working through a new wrinkle that the new funding allows, which is a landlord to apply, but they need to apply along with the tenant, and that could happen. And we're working through the details. We would envision that the landlord would go online, fill out the paperwork, obtain the information from the tenant, and submit it all as one package. So we're working through those details right now, but it would be all online and be as simple as possible. We've really tried to simplify the application process for both tenants and landlords.
So how would a landlord know where to apply? How would they get that information?
Sure. Yep. So we're going to do an extensive outreach campaign. It's on our website. The website will be directing everyone to Maine Housing's website. In which way, and if people are not able to access the internet, they would use 211, and they would be directed to their local community action agency.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And Representative Pebworth, and then I'm going to grab a question or two if I could.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director. A couple of questions. One, when you talk about the COVID relief fund monies that you have, can some of that be used to address the concerns with the Department of Corrections folks and the concern there around homelessness?
So the guidance from Treasury on this 200 million is very specific, that it can only go towards renters who have currently a rental obligation and who have been impacted by COVID and are at 80% of area median income or below. It's kind of prescriptive in that way. Rental assistance and utilities. So it's really guided towards people who are currently renting
So I think I misunderstood the slide. The full 200 million is going toward rental assistance?
It's rental assistance and utility assistance, and then also housing stability services related to those individuals who are applying for the rental assistance or the utility assistance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if I could, please, through October, November, I mean, it was very prevalent with the people I was speaking with throughout my campaign. So the rental relief programs, are all the cases of people that applied through 2020, are those done with yet? Have they been responded to or answered?
As we speak, there are still some outstanding applications that are being processed. We use 9 community action agencies around the state. A few of those had fallen behind given the demand that was in their local area. So some were a little bit faster in processing all their applications, and others had some struggles. So I think there are still some applications out there that are being processed. I know there are applications out there still being processed because we get daily reports, and we're hoping that those will be cleared up in short order, and they'll all be ready to receive new applications under the new program.
Thank you. And just kind of following up. So how much money for relief was available in 2020 approximately?
It exceeded $33 million at the end of the day.
And then this year we have 200 million. So
Yes, sir.
that is an unprecedented amount of money. So and you're waiting on the Treasury for some direction or clarifications, but if and when, I'm assuming those are going to come through quickly, are we going to be able to clear up that backlog and prevent any backlogs? I mean, that, you know, as we move forward?
Yeah, so we've been working with those community action agencies that struggled more than others in terms of the capacity and the processing efficiencies to prevent backlogs. I would imagine, however, given the demand, that there will be a large onslaught of applications once this program opens. We're fully expecting that. And that will be a challenge to work those applications through. One of the things that we feel good about this program is you're able to clear up all past delinquencies, which we think is going to help stabilize many, many people. And you'll be able to provide 3 months of application or 3 months of assistance moving forward at a time. So over time, I think that will smooth things out. The 200 million is an awful lot of money. The original draft of the bill at the federal level was a 2-year program, and then Congress changed that to a 1-year program just before passing it. So we've been working with our congressional delegation with regard to 200 million for 1 year is very different than 200 million for 2 years. We're going to continue to work on that. But in the meantime, we're going to be able to provide a lot more assistance to people that are been struggling and their landlords to keep their properties and their businesses going.
One other thing on that is a lot of these federal programs, states like Maine end up doing better than other states because a lot of times they have what's called a small state minimum. And the small state minimum on a per capita basis puts a state like Maine in a much better position than a state like New York or California. And that's why the 200 million other states are trying to figure out how to screen and how in the world they're going to make this thing work. For us, we don't have that problem.
Thank you. I mean, that is the good side of a bad situation, I guess. But thank you very much. I have Representative Sylvester and then Representative Drinkwater, please.
I believe Representative Drinkwater was in before me. I'd be happy to cede to him.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This raised a good question, and the good chair actually touched upon it about, we saw the debacle we had with unemployment claims, and now we're talking about 200 million for rental assistance. Just to remind the Commissioner that a lot of people in my rural district do not have access to computers to apply for rental assistance. So what can we do to prevent another debacle like we've had with unemployment?
Well, I don't want to, I'm not as familiar with the inner workings of the unemployment, so I'll leave that one there. But we are preparing for, as I mentioned, a huge onslaught of applications coming in, and with particular focus on individuals who may not have access to computers or the technology to apply online. So we're going to be working with the Housing Stability Services component of this is going to be some of that's going to be focused on how to reach individuals who can't access the technology or find ways to help those individuals who want to apply. So we're very cognizant of the fact that Maine is a very rural state and that there are some aspects, some areas of our state where it's more challenging than others. And we're going to work to make sure the program is open and accessible to all as equally as possible.
Thank you.
Representative Sylvester and then Representative Bradstreet, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just to follow up on Representative Drinkwater, I think one of the important aspects of when you rolled out this program was the decision to send the money to landlords, because a landlord who might have 20 tenants, if you look at it as 20 people who might be applying for unemployment versus one, they'd be applying, but the being able to put out the checks, that would just go to one person. So it really sorts of streamlines that, not the first part, which is the application process, but certainly that second part, which is the, making sure that the benefit goes out. And I want to, applaud you for that decision. The reason I was, my question though, was about, and I don't want to shift off of the rental program, but I've heard from a number of small businesses, some of whom are very thankful for the rental program, but many of them have had questions about mortgages coming up as businesses are still struggling. And so I know when we've spoken previously, you've been in contact with banks, both local and national banks, and I was just interested if we could get an update on your view of that situation, particularly in terms of evictions and foreclosures and those sorts of things. What do you see coming down the pike?
Sure. There are definitely been my peers around the country as well that have had concerns that there's a high home ownership rate here in Maine, and this program, this $200 million, is specifically for renters. That's just what Congress passed. So what we want to do is make sure that the message that we put out the early part of the pandemic, and which I think has largely been holding true, is banks are working with their borrowers. Borrowers need to work with their banks. Nobody wants to evict. Nobody wants to foreclose. It's not, because of COVID, no one should be losing their home. So I know that, we're a lender. We have a portfolio of borrowers. We have stood up some programs to help those homeowners that are struggling with paying us their mortgage. And we're finding that the numbers are lower than we thought, thankfully. I think that is running consistent with what we're hearing around the state. We hope that continues. I think the stimulus checks and unemployment insurance have definitely helped that. There have been some federal actions to prevent some foreclosures or provide more relief to borrowers. So more to come, I guess, on that, I guess at the federal level. But we just continually want to mention to those that are servicing these mortgages to realize that if someone's having trouble paying their mortgage, to reach out to them, and vice versa. If you're having trouble paying your mortgage, reach out to your bank and see what can be done. There are relief programs that some banks have, and we have one as well. So it just bears watching though, because it's a tenuous time that we're in right now.
And I guess I was just follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I guess I was just curious if you were thinking of sort of planning and plotting down the road, since we didn't have the luxury of that at the beginning of this, to have thought about it for the last 9 or 10 months, whether or not there was any process within either the biennial budget or just of the think tank going on over there at Maine State Housing and through DHHS, what might be done if we do find ourselves in a mortgage crisis. And because certainly we all know the cost of rehoming somebody versus keeping them in their home.
Yeah, it's definitely something we want to avoid. I do know that we maintain regular communication with the Maine Bankers Association and other industry groups to make sure that what we're experiencing is that what you're experiencing, and what's the lay of the land. As far as any specific legislative activity, I'm not personally aware of any right now, Representative, but we have a decent sized single family portfolio, and it's very important to our financial health that stay healthy. So we're motivated to keep our eyes on this. I'm just proud to report that the rate of delinquencies and foreclosures and what have you, that we just haven't seen as bad a situation as we thought back in March or April, but we have to stay vigilant and wary of that.
Thank you, Director.
I think I have Representative Drinkwater followed by Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question has been answered.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Looking ahead, when this COVID thing, we've hopefully sooner rather than later start to get to the end of it. In light of the fact that some of the rents are going to be paid prospectively, does the federal government give guidance on how to wean people off this program once the funds start to dry up and the program is phased out? I'm just wondering if they've looked that far ahead. And I know you're waiting for federal guidance. You have to go by their guidelines. So I'm just wondering if that's been communicated to you.
Nothing specific to date, Representative. The guidance that has come out from Treasury is more logistical about getting the money out the door. We do know that and this goes for all states, that if you've not obligated 65% of your money by September of 2021, the end of the federal fiscal year, that the Treasury could pull the money back and reallocate out to other states that have reached that benchmark. That's the only thing that is in the current guidance, but nothing about winding things down or what to do as the program nears its end. I think there's a general hope that Congress will act to extend the program as the pandemic continues, because we think the need is still going to be out there through 2021.
One of the components of the program is that people will have to be requalified every 3 months for the program. So to the extent that people get back to work and their incomes go back up, then it's likely they won't qualify for the program.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Pebworth. All set. So I don't see any other hands up. So in reference to your last comment, so if this 200 million needs to essentially be distributed / spent by September?
It's an obligation as of September. So conceivably, if you've approved someone on September 30th for the following 3 months, it'll go through the end of the year, but it's how much you've obligated to pay by September, at the end of September.
So we have potentially, and I'm just doing this fast in my head. So potentially, we haven't started spending that money yet. So assuming we do so in February, we can spend nearly each month for the next 7 months what we had allocated for all of last year.
It's a big hill to climb and a lot of work to do. It's a lot of money.
I understand, but I mean,
yeah.
I'm hoping that it makes a big dent in the problem, and and really, essentially, we're in this for Mainers. This is an opportunity for us. It sounds like to help an awful lot of them.
Senator, the reality is we know that there are, give or take, 10,000 households out there that have accessed the program, and maybe a few thousand more if we really reached out. And if we can accomplish for both the tenant and the landlord covering their rent through a good part of 2021, regardless of the numbers, I think we've done something pretty good. And then I think Congress will look at that and say, this pandemic isn't over. Hey, if the pandemic's over, great. People will be back to work and we'll be back to normal. But I think we want to prepare for it to go longer, and we just want to be as effective as we can with the dollars as quickly as we can.
And I appreciate that. I mean, I'm scratching the surface, I'm sure, and you guys have been in a mind-boggling situation for over a year now, so I appreciate that. I just hope we, given this opportunity, we know the money that's allocated is, at some point, it has to dry up. So I'm just hoping that we can make the most of it, get the biggest bang for our buck, essentially, I guess. But thank you very much for all you're doing. Any other questions?
Thank you for your interest in our agency.
Absolutely. No. Anyone else in terms of questions? Well, thank you folks very much. We appreciate it. And I thank you for your line of communication. Sorry, my dog's trying to talk to me. Thank you very much for communicating with us and having that open line as we move towards the future. I hope myself to become better educated and more involved. So thank you.
Please reach out anytime. Anything we can do to help all of you out. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. Have a good
Thank you.
day.
Take care.
Think you, we're becoming more efficient. I don't know that we're going to finish presentations a little earlier than scheduled, but we have today anyway. And I know coming up, we have a presentation from the New Mainers Resource Center in Portland. I'm not sure they're ready or in waiting at the current time. Alyssa, do you see them with us yet?
I have to check the name of who's presenting real quick.
You have John Rhodey next. I believe he's with us. John.
Workers' compensation, I believe, Mr. Chair.
Workers' comp is next, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. Here I was thinking I'm jumping ahead. Sorry. All right, so I skipped right over workman's comp. I'm very sorry about that.
No problem.
I think we're good to go.
Okay. Can you hear me fine?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So good afternoon, Senator Rafferty and Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is John Rhodey. I am the Executive Director of the Workers' Compensation Board, and I am here today to provide an overview of workers' compensation and the main Workers' Compensation Board itself. So in preparation for today's presentation, I sent an outline with a bunch of attached materials. And as we go through, I'll point out some of the references I put in the presentation outline. So workers' compensation, the first part of the presentation is just the basics. It's a no-fault system that is designed to make sure that employees who suffer injuries while and at work have a remedy and aren't forced to lose either time without compensation or incur medical bills that are unpaid for. Most state systems are roughly the same in that they have a lost time component and a medical component. And we'll get into a little bit in my presentation. So in exchange for the Workers' Comp Act and the benefits thereunder, employees have given up the right to sue their employers for damages for injuries they might have incurred at work. They can still sue if there's a third party who's liable for the injury. That can still go forward, but not an action against the employer. And finally, all employers, with certain exceptions, but very few, have to purchase workers' compensation coverage through an approved insurer, or they have to self-insure. And in Maine, I think about 36% of employers are self-insured and the remainder are insured by an insurance company. In terms of the agency's structure, we have a board of directors. There are 7 members. And here, as we go through, you'll see some citations to 39A MRSA. That's the Workers' Compensation Act. And the citations can take you to the relevant portions of the statute if you are interested. So on the board of directors, there's myself. In addition to being the executive director of the board running the day-to-day operations, I'm also the chair of the board. Also on the board are 3 directors who represent the interests of labor and 3 who represent the interests of management. All 7 of us are appointed by the governor. I serve at the pleasure of the governor. The labor and management directors serve 4-year terms, and they remain on the board until replaced. We meet regularly monthly, essentially is the schedule we've been going with. And we've been able to keep up with that even during the pandemic by using platforms such as Zoom. The board itself has general supervision over the administration of the act and is responsible for the efficient and effective management of the board and its employees. So the board is responsible for rulemaking where needed. It can provide information on legislation that's pending before your committee. It can propose legislation, although the board did not do that this year. In terms of staff, we have 107 positions allocated to our agency. We have a bunch of vacancies right now that we're managing just due to the pandemic. We have 5 regional offices and a central office. Our central office is located in Augusta. The regional offices are spread throughout the state: Caribou, Bangor, Lewiston, Augusta, and Portland. The regional offices are where our dispute resolution functions essentially happen, and I'll touch on that in just a few minutes. So in terms of workers' comp itself, it all starts essentially with an employer getting coverage for their employees. And as I mentioned earlier, all employers are required to secure, with very few exceptions, coverage for their employees so that they are covered in the event of an injury. Sole proprietors, partners, and members of limited liability companies are exempt unless they choose to be covered by the Workers' Compensation Act. Owners of 20% of a corporation's voting stock can waive coverage in writing, as can certain family members, generally spouses and children and the like. The board collects coverage information in our coverage department. We store it so we know that folks have the coverage that they're required to have. If they don't, we have an abuse unit. It's called an enforcement arm, who will investigate the circumstances of an employer not having coverage, and if warranted, can bring a complaint and seek civil penalties if there is a violation of the coverage requirement. That has scaled back somewhat during the pandemic, but generally speaking, they find several hundred employers who look like they're out of compliance each year. Many of them are smaller operations, and they're resolved amicably without the need for any sort of a contested hearing. If an employee is injured at work, the first step in the process is for the employee to notify their employer that they've been injured. Depending on your date of injury, the time within which you must notify your employer differs. So you'll see in 4A1, if you were injured prior to January 1st of 2013, you have 90 days to give notice. If you were injured after 2013 and before 2020, it should say on the outline, you have 30 days to give notice. And starting January 1st of 2020, the notice period is 60 days. If an employee fails to give notice within 60 days, they cannot pursue their claim later on. If an employee does notify their employer that they've been injured at work, the employer must complete what's called a first report of injury. And if the employee requires treatment from a healthcare provider but doesn't miss any time from work, the employer does not need to send that first report to the board, but they do have to give a copy to the employee and to their insurer, unless, of course, they're self-insured. If the employee loses a day or more of work, the first report of injury is filed with the board. So in our system, you will hear references to medical-only first reports. That's the first kind where somebody hasn't missed time from work but has required the services of a healthcare provider. And a lost time first report where the employee loses a day or more of work because of the injury. So if an employee is injured at work and they're missing time from work and the employer agrees that it's related, they have to pay incapacity benefits to the employee that the employee is incurring because of the injury. In Maine, there's a 7-day waiting period. So for the first 7 days that an employee is incapacitated from work, there is no payment that is due to that employee. Once they are out an 8th day, the payments have to start. And if the employee is out beyond 14 days, they get paid for the entire period. Firefighters are an exception to that rule. There is no waiting period for firefighters under the statute. To figure out what an employee is due, if they are entitled to lost time, we in the system first calculate an average weekly wage. If someone is salaried, it's straightforward. It's whatever they're receiving on a regular basis from their employer. If they're an hourly worker, essentially what happens is you take the employee's earnings from the prior year and divide it by the number of weeks that the employee worked. And that's the employee's average weekly wage. An employee can be entitled to total incapacity benefits under one section of the statute. Essentially, if you are medically incapable of doing any work because of the severity of the injury and you're receiving benefits for total incapacity, you can receive those benefits for the duration of your disability. Partial incapacity benefits, which are by far the lion's share of benefits that are paid to folks who are injured, but they still have some ability to work, even though they have an injury and even though they may have restrictions. Benefits, if you're injured after January 1st of 2020, are limited to 520 weeks for that particular injury. You get, once you figured out the average weekly wage and the entitlement to benefits, employees get a certain percentage of that wage as their compensation rate. Prior to January of 2013, an employee would get 80% of their after-tax average weekly wage. The board used to publish tables which gave that figure so folks didn't have to calculate it on an individual case-by-case basis. On and after January of 2013, the compensation rate is 2/3 of the injured employee's after-tax average weekly wage. There is a maximum weekly benefit rate that folks can get. This again it differs based on your date of injury. Prior to January 1st of 2013, the maximum was 90% of the state average weekly wage, which is calculated each July 1st going forward. So currently 90% of the state average weekly wage is about $800. Between January 1st of 2013 and January 1st of 2020, it's 100%, so about $890. And on and after January 1st of 2020, it's 125% of the state average weekly wage, and that's about $1,111. So no matter how high your wage is, you will only, and if 2/3 of your wage is $2,000, the most you can get per week is about $1,100. Employees are also entitled to reasonable necessary medical services. In order to facilitate the payment of those services, the board has adopted a medical fee schedule. The fee schedule lists all kinds of services for professional services, inpatient, outpatient, hospital, and ambulatory surgical center, as well as durable medical equipment. We update the fee schedule every year to remain consistent with what Medicare is doing in terms of coding and relative weights. And every 3 years, we do a more comprehensive study to see how we compare to private third-party rates. We also look at information from a couple of other sources. That study was completed in 2020, and the board decided to leave essentially its medical fee schedule alone because it seemed to be achieving its goal of providing access to services at a reasonable cost to employers who are in the system. So D3 actually applies to everything that's in the section, which is if an employer does not think somebody's injury is related to work or their lost time is related to the injury or the medical bill should be paid, they file what's called a notice of controversy. And again, here the jargon you will hear is a knock. Someone files a knock to indicate they don't want to voluntarily pay somebody's claim. And then you end up in our dispute resolution process, which is Roman numeral 5 of the outline. Troubleshooting is the first step in dispute resolution. It's an informal process whereby a board employee called a troubleshooter or case resolution specialist calls the parties and tries to work out whatever the issue is over the phone. We measure what comes into the troubleshooters, essentially any sort of indication of controversy, and there can be many at once, come into the troubleshooters. They get their work done in about 25 days. And I would 60 to 70% of the issues that come into troubleshooting, I would say, are resolved at that level for a variety of reasons. If the troubleshooter can't figure out the issue, the next step in our process is mediation. Mediation is mandatory in Maine in that you have to go, although you are obviously not required to come to an agreement at mediation. We have mediation in our regional offices. Because of the pandemic, we would normally have done many of these in person, but all of our mediations since March of last year have been done over the phone. That wasn't a big impediment because folks have done that for years on individual cases here and there. So mediation was able to keep going without much of an interruption. We've had fewer cases going into mediation this year than last year, and it's taking about 72 days for a case to come into mediation and go back out again, which is up slightly from 60-ish days that we like to see in a normal year. The third stage of dispute resolution, if you don't resolve your case at mediation, would be to go to a formal hearing. To conduct a formal hearing, the board has 8 administrative law judges, again, spread throughout our regional offices. This is essentially a trial without a jury in front of a judge. The parties come in, they present their cases, and ultimately the judge issues a decision. Because of the pandemic, this has been trickier. Back in March and April of last year, we started to move towards remote hearings initially, and this was a sentiment in many states, not just Maine. Practitioners thought, well, maybe the pandemic isn't going to last through the summer, so we'll just hold off on scheduling things and wait till we can do things in person again. Obviously, that didn't happen. So as we've gone along, we've done more and more hearings by either Zoom or Teams or some other remote platform, which works well for many cases, but there are certainly cases where it is necessary to have the parties in front of a judge. So our plan this winter is to try to figure out a way to start conducting in-person hearings again in the spring when the weather warms up, even if we have to do that outside to get things going again. So on average, to get through formal hearing, it takes about 8.5 months, which is lower than it's been for a few years now. So for the last 10 years or so, if you get to a formal hearing, you get a decision. If one side or the other is unhappy with that decision, they can appeal to the appellate division at the Workers' Compensation Board. The appellate division is staffed by our judges, and panels of 3 judges will sit and hear an appeal of the underlying case. If the appellate division's decision still leaves a party dissatisfied, they can ask the law court to accept an appeal, but that's discretionary, and the court takes very, very few cases each year from workers' comp. So last year, about 32 cases were filed with the appellate division, and they issued about 28 decisions. Running alongside of our dispute resolution program, and to this point, everything we do is neutral, right? It's not in favor of the employer or the employee. We're trying to just keep the system running fairly for everybody. But we do have a worker advocate program. The advocate program started back in the late 90s, and their job is to represent injured workers, injured after 1993, who don't have private legal counsel. We also have advocates in each of our regional offices, and utilization of the advocate program has continued to increase over the years. Last year, they were involved in about 63% of all of our mediations, and 43% of the cases pending before the judges involve representation by an advocate as opposed to a private counsel. We have a monitoring, audit, and enforcement section of our agency. The monitoring function of the board is to make sure that all of the requirements of the Act are being complied with by the various parties in the workers' compensation system. Starts with our claims management unit. All paperwork and submissions come in and start there. Some things come in electronically, some things by paper, but all that information is entered into our system so that the cases can flow smoothly through our dispute resolution process. We have a monitoring department itself, and the monitoring department looks at information over the course of a calendar quarter and ultimately calendar year to see if claim administrators are complying with the requirements of the statute. And you can see, I put in the outline, the board has 5 benchmarks where we expect the performance of claims administrators to be at least at this level, if not better. 85% of first reports must be filed within 7 days. We expect the initial payment to an employee that's due to be made within 14 days, 85% of the time. 85% of memorandum of payment, which is the indication that the payment is made, has to be filed within 17 days. Notices of controversy, 90% must be filed within 14 days. And beginning in 2019, we set a benchmark for wage statements, 75% of which must be filed within 30 days. So the monitoring department issues 5 reports for each calendar year, 4 quarterly reports and an annual report. One of the attachments I sent along is the 2019 annual compliance report, along with the third quarter 2020 compliance report, which is the most recent one we have. Just for ease of reference in the outline itself, I've included a few pages from both of those reports. So what would I guess effectively be page 8 or so, you'll see an annual compliance report summary. That shows you how claims administrators as a whole are doing in terms of whether or not they're meeting the benchmarks that are set by the board. As you go through the report, you'll see a page. I guess I can't do a screen share from where I'm at. Sorry about that. But so you'll see each page will show a more detailed breakdown, for instance, lost time first reports, how the industry as a whole has done. And then the next page you see is individual information about each claims administrator, both insurance companies and self-insured employers and third-party administrators in Maine. And by looking at the information in that report, you can quickly see how well somebody is performing vis-a-vis the benchmarks set by the board. So on page 9 now of the outline, in addition to monitoring, we have an auditing department, as the name implies. This department will audit claims administrators on a regular basis. We're currently working on a way to sort of streamline that to be a little more effective, since we have a smaller department than we normally do. But they'll go in and they'll take a harder look at a case to make sure that the employee who was due benefits was paid everything that they were entitled to and weren't paid too much as well. And they issue reports at the end of the process, and those are published also in our compliance reports. Enforcement, as I mentioned before, is handled by the board's abuse investigation unit. Largely what they do is make sure that employers have required coverage. In Maine, if an employer is required to have coverage and doesn't, there isn't a fund to take care of that injured worker. So if, for instance, I work for an employer, the employer doesn't have coverage, I'm injured, I can proceed against that employer in either workers' compensation or in civil court for that matter. But if the employer doesn't have any assets, there's nowhere for me to go to make sure that my claim gets paid and I'm out basically on my own at that point. The administration of the Workers' Compensation Board on a day-to-day basis, we have an Office of a General Counsel, Richard Hughes. I believe he might have made a presentation to your committee earlier this year. An Information Management Department. That's a small part of our agency. There's 2 people in it, but they're the ones who are taking all the data that's coming into the board and trying to make sense of it, producing the reports that we rely on as we're trying to figure out both what's happening within the agency and from a broader sort of policy perspective. We have an Office of Medical and Rehabilitation Services. Broadly speaking, they take care of an independent medical examiner system. The independent medical examiner system, in a nutshell, is a doctor appointed from a list maintained by the board who will give an opinion in a contested case if there's an issue with respect to medical causation, for instance. Requests for independent medical examinations were down about 14% this year, I'm sure largely due to the pandemic. We received about 273 of those. There's a rehabilitation component of workers' comp. If somebody's injured at work, they can't go back to work for their employer at the job that they used to do, they're entitled to vocational rehabilitation services. We only had 15 requests for voc rehab last year. We studied this issue after the first regular session of the 129th legislature, and there wasn't much of a desire from many of the folks in the workers' comp system to change it because we just don't see a lot of applications. Part of that may be a lot of folks are going through the Department of Labor's vocational rehabilitation system. And just by dint of practice in workers' compensation in Maine, at least, the contested VR cases don't really come to the board until later in the life cycle of a claim. Finally, we have a budget office, of course. So the Workers' Compensation Board is a dedicated revenue agency, meaning we do not receive any general fund money. All of the money we receive here at the agency is derived from an assessment That assessment is issued to self-insured employers directly and to insured employers through their insurance company. The breakdown between those two is based on the number of disabling cases. So essentially, we look at the number of lost time first reports filed by insured employers and self-insured employers and break down the assessment that way. And for the last 27, 28 years, it's been roughly 61% insured employers, 39% self-insured employers. We issue an assessment each year. Self-insured employers pay upfront. So before the fiscal year starts, they pay. Insured employers, for the most part, are paying as the year goes along. This year, because we issue our assessment in the May-June timeframe, back in 2020, we were aware that there was obviously a pandemic that was having a significant impact on our economy. So we were able to take that into account when we set the assessment rate. So it was set hopefully at a sustainable level. We also reduced the assessment that insured employers are paying by 4.65% over 2019 in an effort to be as economical as possible with that. So that's a quick, obviously, thumbnail sketch. The last section of the handout that I gave you has to do with COVID-19. As you can imagine, that has been the focus of a lot of attention here at the board as well as elsewhere. One impact of the pandemic, as you I'm sure have experienced either yourself or heard from others, is that we shifted to a largely remote workforce fairly quickly in March and the beginning of April. That went as seamlessly as we could have expected. Our staff did a great job of getting themselves set up to and then working from remote locations. We've worked to minimize the amount of folks in the office at any one particular time to reduce the risk of transmission. But the information management folks at the board here have worked really, really hard to gather information specific to COVID-19. We were helped in that process because back in April, a code was developed so that every state could identify when a case was coming in that was related to COVID-19 exposure. And so the first chart we've given you here breaks down COVID-19 lost time first reports based on employer categories. These are categories we came up with here at the board to be as consistent as possible. And what you can see is healthcare facilities, hospitals, and residential facilities, which would be long-term nursing and or group homes, have filed by far the most lost time first reports throughout the course of the pandemic. And these numbers here, I apologize for not putting the date on. These are as of January 18th of this year. The next page shows the same information, but broken down by job category, again, as delineated by the board. Given that most of these first reports are coming from healthcare facilities, it's no surprise that nurses, nurse practitioners, CNAs, and direct support professionals are the three occupations for which we've seen the most first reports. And these numbers are broken down on these two charts by the month in which the injury occurred. And again, what you will notice in looking at these charts is those top categories of employers and jobs have had the most consistent reporting. There have been various professions or health job categories that might have had a big month or so, but those are the areas we've seen the most first reports come in on a consistent basis. On page 12 of the outline, there's a couple of charts. So as I mentioned earlier, a lost time first report means someone's injured. They've missed at least a day of work. And so we've taken a look at, with COVID-19 claims, what has happened. We've had, as of January 18th, 2,340 of those. And what you will see is 25% of people returned to work before the 7th day. So there was no entitlement to workers' comp lost time benefits. 35% of those cases were denied by the insurer or employer. Employers paid 23% of the claims and insurers paid 17%. The second chart takes the same information but breaks it down into a different subset. These are folks who were out for longer than 7 days. So either a payment or a denial had to be filed. And here you'll see again, employers paid 31%, insurers 23%, and 46% of claims were denied. What sticks out here is that in a COVID environment, you would normally expect employers to pay 1 or 2% of all lost time claims. And that number obviously is far higher than that when it comes to COVID-19. And in part, again, it's because some employers, at least at the beginning of the pandemic, decided they were going to make their employees whole if they were injured and have them paying their claims via direct payments as opposed to going through their insurers. The last page in the outline just shows you a comparison of 2020 versus 2019. If you look at all lost time first reports, we've received 7% fewer this year than last year. But if you back out the COVID-19 cases, we've actually received 24% fewer lost time first reports this year than last year. And the same is true again for claims for compensation. So that's what I had prepared. I apologize if I went too quickly. If people are trying to ask questions, I can't really see. So more than happy to entertain any questions if you have them. The handouts I gave you are the annual report, or a section of the annual report, which gives far more detail about each of these areas I've spoken about, as well as the quarterly and annual compliance reports that I referred to a little earlier.
Thank you very much, Director. I do see some hands up. Looks like we have Representative Sylvester followed by Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that overview, Director. It's a very complicated system. I think we spent a lot of time with it last session, kind of going over a lot of the minutia of how it works. But yeah, basically you did the overview you gave, I think was very good. What I'm curious about is we did implement some new statutes over the last year. And I was curious, you spoke a little bit about costs, but I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about, what the effect of that statute was in terms of cost, but also just sort of implementing towards the system, what that might mean. I know it's hard because so many workplaces were closed. We see claims down to get a real sense of it. But just a kind of a 1,000-yard view of how you think that the law is being implemented from the 129th.
So of the bigger changes, one was to do with having to file a notice of controversy within 14 days. I haven't heard of any case like that bubbling up and somebody, looking to be excused because there's an act of God or something like that. You might have expected it this year with the pandemic, but claims administrators did a very good job of shifting to a remote environment themselves. And so there was really no disruption in the reporting of claims. We're going to run a report on all 2020 first reports of injury in the next week or two. And in there, one thing we might be able to see, and if we don't see it, we'll go back and try to find it, is what the impact of increasing the state average weekly, the maximum comp rate to 125% of the state average weekly wage. We'll be looking to see, whether or not how many folks might have been impacted by that particular provision, but it's too soon to tell on that. The notice provision, again, I haven't heard of any cases where there's been a distinction between the 30 and 60 days at this point, but that may be, if that were to come up, it would come up in litigation. Litigation has slowed down some because of the pandemic, so we might not see cases that raise the notice issue for another few months, but we'll keep an eye out. And then the other piece, which I flew through, of course, was the total incapacity under Section 212. Under that section now, if you're still receiving benefits after 5 years, you're entitled to a cost of living adjustment. So we're about a year or so into this thing at this point, and we'll be working on a way to track those cases. So when we get to the 5th year, we'll have some idea of whether somebody's being paid benefits under a section that entitles them to a cost of living adjustment or not. So sort of a very long-winded way of saying, not sure yet, but we're going to take a look at the data that comes in on 2020 claims in the next couple of weeks and see if we can make any determinations on those questions.
Great, thanks. I'm going to cede to Representative Drinkwater and then come back with a question on presumptions.
Sure.
Thank you. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll tell you, that's one, workman's comp is something that's very near to me because having been a business owner, you know, I saw a lot of claims, especially back before Governor McKernan, when he had to shut the government down in order to get it on a correct path. A couple of things I've noticed in my years of being an employer was every year we get audited, we'd have to send in the paperwork. I was always advocating for the splitting of wages. I'll give you an example. I had a young man I hired to clean cars and also do oil changes out in the mechanics bay. We always had to take the higher risk factor and apply 100% of his wages to that. Also, there was times where I had an employee out and I continued to pay them right through their incapacity. And he settled with the workman's comp, but being naive at this part of the process, I didn't know I needed an agreement in order to get reimbursed for all the wages that I paid the young man. And lastly, COVID claims, healthcare workers. Let's say you had a healthcare worker make a claim on COVID because I'm out of work because of COVID. Are you seeing any of that? Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome. So the first issue about splitting of wages and setting premiums, that's one area that the Workers' Compensation Board does not actually have authority over. The way that's divided up is the Bureau of Insurance within the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. They deal with premium matters, and there's a group called the National Council on Compensation Insurers that sets sort of the formula and the guidelines for how wages are, how premiums are calculated based on stuff like wages and the splitting of wages. So I apologize, I can't answer that question more directly, but I'll certainly pass that along and ask our colleagues over at the Bureau of Insurance if they have any idea about that. So what you were talking about in the second part of the question, you were paying what we would call here salary continuation. It's a jargon we use. The employer just continues to pay the employee while they're out. So I don't know what happened in your particular case, but oftentimes the way we look at that is if the employer is paying directly, the insurance company isn't simultaneously obligated to pay for that same week, right? The employee is essentially being made usually more than whole because there's no reduction for the maximum comp rate and so forth. So they're paid while they're out. If the employer stops paying, the insurance company picks it up. But I mean, if you have a particular situation you want me to look into, happy to do it. But I don't know exactly why you weren't, I'm not sure you'd get repaid necessarily, but there would be an offset for what you paid for the first however many weeks you paid that particular employee. As to your last question, the answer is yes. We have seen, as of January 18th, if you look at healthcare facilities, about 955 lost time first reports come in, another 56, excuse me, from physician offices and 52 from home health. We asked for some information in the fall on these types of cases, and we're going to get the rest of the year's information hopefully in the next month or so. What we don't know is how many of those folks for whom these lost time first reports were filed were COVID positive ultimately, right? At the beginning of the pandemic, where it was a little more difficult to get a test, we didn't have that information. So I don't know how many were positive, but again, in many situations, I think what has happened is the healthcare employer has paid their employees while they're out. And so what I didn't mention, thank you for prompting this thought, of all of the claims for compensation we have received, very, 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 very few are ending up in any form of litigation. In fact, as of about a month ago, we only check it monthly because there's so little activity, only 24 cases involving COVID had gone as far as a mediator. So either when it gets to the troubleshooter, everybody's agreed that there's no issue, everything's either been paid or it shouldn't be paid. So we've had virtually no litigation. There will, of course, be a couple of cases that get through, but so far, very, very little.
And And lastly, I would just like to give a shout out to your advocates. They do a tremendous job doing what they do and saving employers a tremendous amount of money. So thank you for the briefing.
Thank you, and I will pass that along. I'm pleased to hear it.
Thank you. I think we're going back to Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, so we're going to see a bill or two about presumptions in this session, it looks like. And so you had gone through in basics sort of the, what the process is for someone to file a claim, and then, the dispute resolution process. And so the first part of my question was whether or not you could just sort of walk the committee through what the process is if one of us were injured at work, what that process looks like, what what's required of the employer, what's required of the injured worker, and then sort of walk us through a 3-minute process of how somebody goes about applying for unemployment compensation or not unemployment, sorry, workers' compensation. And then when they hit the resolution process, and then cue us up into how that differs with a presumption. Just since we have you here in a little time, knowing that that's coming down the road.
Sure. So let's assume for a moment that you're injured at work and I'm your employer. The first step in the process, of course, is for you to let me know you're injured at work, unless I saw you were injured and that you're about to lose time from work. The employer then notifies its insurance company of what happened. The insurance company should start an investigation into the situation. In many cases, it's determined that, there was a work-related injury folks are taking care of. If there's some reason to think that the claim should not be paid, then the insurance company will file the notice of controversy or not that I referred to earlier. What happens when that occurs is the form is filed with the board, it goes into our process, and that is automatically transferred to a troubleshooter. So the troubleshooter knows who the employee is, who the employer, and who the insurer all are, and they will make phone contact with everybody to try to work that situation out. Sometimes it could be just helping the parties to gather medical records and get some easy questions answered. More difficult cases, if they can't work out, it moves on in the dispute resolution process. The next step, as I mentioned before, is mediation. And here, this is where Representative Drinkwater just mentioned the advocate program. Here's where the advocates can get involved. If the person's injured after 1993 and they don't have a private lawyer, their case is assigned to a worker advocate. A worker advocate does what you would expect an attorney or an advocate to do. They do the intake, get all the basics, collect the information, medicals, and so forth. Eventually, within about a month or two, we're hoping, they have a mediation. Parties all sit down, now virtually over the telephone, and try to work out the situation. If they can't, or if they can, they sign an agreement, and that's binding just like a decision from a judge would be. If they can't, the case passes out of mediation, and if the employee files a petition, the case is then in line for a formal hearing. At the formal hearing, parties can present their case. They can present witnesses, medical records, all the evidence that they think is relevant. The judge looks at it all, makes a determination, ultimately writes a decision. Where a presumption will come in, and it can be, it can impact the process anywhere along the line, because what the presumption does, normally, if you were again injured at work, Representative Sylvester, the burden is on you to prove that it was more likely than not that you were injured at work. And if it's 50-50 at the end of the day, judge isn't quite sure, you're not going to win that case. A presumption changes that calculation so that it is presumed that you were injured at work. And unless the employer comes back with some evidence showing that you were not, in fact, injured at work, and again, that has to be just the opposite. They have to do slightly more than a 50-50, I guess is how lawyers like to explain it sometimes, show that your injury was more than likely not related to work. So it flips what lawyers call the burden of proof. It goes from the employee to the employer in those particular cases.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Representative.
So an example of this would be, for example, I think the last presumption that was passed was for post-traumatic stress with first responders, right? To assume that the job is so stressful that somebody who has post-traumatic stress or disorder did, in fact, incur that at work, and that, you know, and so if there's evidence that it was incurred elsewhere, the employer still gets their day in court to provide that evidence. Would that be fair?
Yep. Yeah, and in fact, a report is due, I think it's January of 2022 on that particular presumption from the board to your committee. So we'll be working on that over the course of this calendar year, of course, to see what's happened with that presumption. And I think specifically the statute's asking us to look at, you know, how many decisions were affected by the application of that presumption in those cases. So we'll be gathering, sorting that information, and there will be a report in your hands by I think it's the beginning of January. That particular section, I believe, sunsets in October of 22. So you will be seeing that by the beginning of next year.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, one more quick comment or question.
Yes, go ahead. Representative.
Since we've been chatting about the advocate's office, I was going to shoot you an email, but where did we end up on that report about the advocate's office and improvements that could be made? Did we end up seeing that before we shut down, or is that still pending?
It may have been almost simultaneous in that we filed it with your committee, and then the pandemic hit. So after the first session, the board did a study of the advocate program and whether salaries were competitive and so on and so forth, and any particular needs they might have had. Long story short, it looked as though their salaries may not be competitive within state government, although there is, of course, a salary compensation committee meeting, I think, to talk about globally salaries in state government. And it also pointed out that they don't really have access to the same sort of litigation resources in terms of dollars and cents that private attorneys would have. So I can certainly, we didn't take any action at the agency. You know, we've sort of been dealing with the pandemic, obviously, for the last year or so, especially in terms of budgeting. But I can certainly re-forward it if you guys don't have. That's no problem at all. But we did file that report back in, I'm going to say February of last year.
All right. Thank you very much. And I'd appreciate it if you could send us that report. That'd be great.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today, Director.
Thanks for having me.
Any other questions? Director, earlier you mentioned that there was a potential for a cost of living adjustment after the fifth year a person was receiving. That was permanent disability, or?
We call it total incapacity here in Maine.
Okay. Yeah. So years 0 through 5, there's no adjustment.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. And you only get the adjustment if you're getting benefits under Section 212. And historically, very few benefits are paid under Section 212 for a long period of time. We'll see if that changes. It didn't really matter much in many cases, but it's something we'll try to keep an eye on, of course.
Okay, thank you. And just generally, what are your specific issues that arise? Anything that stands out to you that we might be able to help you with?
Well, I think the agency runs well. I'm fortunate to have an outstanding staff here. Many people have worked for the board for a long time. So no, I think we're in good shape. We didn't file any legislation this year. Our budget, obviously, we would certainly like to have that approved so we can continue going as an agency. But we've made a lot of progress. Again, I can't say enough about the work the staff has done to extract data from our system and start producing reports quickly so that we can see what's happening with what's going on. We did put off, we have some technology type things we want to do, but timing's not right because of the pandemic. So we're plugging away on some things at the agency here, but I think we're in pretty good shape at the moment.
Thank you very much. Representative Drinkwater and Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question came to mind about earlier you talked about how you're funded and how that is offset by an assessment on self-insured and covered through insurance. The state of Maine being a large employer, I would assume that they get assessed as being self-employed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Representative Sylvester, you all set?
I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, Director, thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and we look forward to potentially hearing from you again. Please don't, hesitate to reach out to us if we can be of any assistance as well.
Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Alyssa, any potential signs of the Portland Adult Ed folks?
Let me look through the participants list real quick.
Thank you.
I believe they're both here, Mr. Chair.
So it looks like we're looking for Sally and Vanessa.
Sally's.
We're both here.
Welcome, welcome.
All right, well, thank you very much for being here early. We're kind of moving along, so we'd appreciate it if you folks don't mind getting started. We'd very open to that. So,
Okay, I guess I have a question for Alyssa. Well, we have a presentation. What's the best way to share that?
I would do a screen share. So at the bottom of your screen, you see a little green button.
You want me to do that, Sally?
Sure.
All right. Hold on. Just bear with me a second. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. Thank you very much for having us here early. We appreciate that, and hopefully we'll move through quickly so that you can move on to other things or go home before it starts snowing. My name is Sally Sutton. I'm the program coordinator of the New Maynard's Resource Center at Portland Adult Education, and Vanessa Sylvester, who is participating in this presentation today, has been a research associate with us on this project. So I'll call on her throughout the presentation. Next slide, Vanessa. So the New Maynard's Resource Center was actually established by the Maine legislature in 2013 as a way to address the state's influx of skilled foreign trained immigrants and try and figure out how to better help them move ahead with their careers. For those of you who aren't familiar with Portland Adult Ed, we have roughly 2,200 immigrant or ESL students coming through our program every year. And the New Maynard's Resource Center is part of that program where we serve maybe 300 to 400 people each year. And of that group of people, I would say roughly 75% of them have a bachelor's degree or higher. So in terms of the people that we're seeing coming into Maine now, there's a lot of skills and training that people are bringing with them. The research that we're reporting on today was funded by a grant from the Maine Health Access Foundation. They supported the research and the report, but they take no positions on any legislation that we might discuss. Okay, Vanessa. With our report, what we hope to do was to identify barriers that stand in the way of people moving forward in the health workforce sector. And if the recommendations can be implemented, it will help both foreign trained healthcare workers work towards reaching their highest potential. It will help the state address its goals for a diversified and culturally competent workforce, will help meet the needs of
employers and the health workforce shortages that the state is facing. And if we do things right, we'll be able to attract more skilled healthcare workers to Maine, also as a way to help the state address its workforce shortages. Many of the barriers that people face have to do with the population that we're dealing here with Maine. People are coming as refugees or asylum seekers, and so they were forced into migration. It was not their plan to come here to start their lives all over again. So that means that they have some challenges going forward. If you look around the country, there are roughly 260 or some thousand immigrants and refugees who have at least a 4-year degree in the healthcare field, and they're not being used to their potential. And again, we're seeing that same problem here. As I mentioned, the state has a need for more diversity and cultural competency in its workforce. There are sector-wide shortages. And one of the challenges that we face, and I'm sure you're aware of, is licensing is such a decentralized system that it's really challenging to get a handle on what pieces of it need to be changed to help more people move ahead with their careers. Okay, Vanessa. I think, unfortunately, the pandemic has pointed out to us the great health disparities that exist within our healthcare system, and the lack of culturally competent providers contributes to this crisis. Okay. One of the shortages that we've seen, again, that has gotten a lot of attention over a number of years is the shortfall of nurses that we're expecting by 2025 to be over 3,000. So again, the more Maine can take whatever steps it can to move more people into the health workforce pipeline, the better we will be at addressing these shortages. Okay. The work that we've been doing this past year builds on a lot of work that has been going on previously. As I mentioned, the legislature first recognized this need in 2013. In 2018, we did some similar research where we looked at the hidden talent pool across all sectors, and at that point also worked to develop a number of licensing guides to help people through the path. And one of the reasons for that is we were seeing, as we were working with different professions, that there really was not clear information available to people. And I, as someone who was trying to provide correct information to them, I really had to dig and find out these things. And so some of it was just for my own self-preservation. You know, if I have a teacher coming in or an engineer, I wanted to make sure that we had the best information possible on what they needed to do to get licensed, but also if licensing wasn't going to be an option for them, what other options did they have for careers that could use the most of their potential? And then also in 2019, the legislature passed a piece of legislation to set up a working group with Commissioner Head in charge of looking at what were the barriers for credentialing. Also in 2019, there was legislation passed to set up this FAME foreign credentialing loan program to help cover some of the costs. And in 2020, there was also a report done through the governor's office on policy innovation and future that also looked at the issues faced by skilled foreign trained professionals. Okay, Vanessa. So our goal was to look at the barriers and figure out ways to expand access for several professions. We've figured out that there are not a lot of mid-level health professional positions available. What are the barriers that people face for licensing? And again, a lot of our work is based on the hundreds of people that we have worked with over the years and seeing the challenges that they face as they try to move ahead with their careers. Okay, Vanessa. These are some of the findings that we found. Essentially, the people that we've worked with, we are not seeing them achieve licensing in Maine, and that cuts across most professions, not just for the healthcare sector. And most of these recommendations apply across sectors. One of the reasons many people aren't able to move forward is because they're just having to deal with their basic needs. If they're here as a refugee or an asylum seeker, they are starting their lives all over again. They have to find their first job. They might have to learn English. They may also have a family back home that they have to support. So quite often that stands in the way of people taking advanced courses or the tests that they are studying for, the tests that they need to be able to be licensed as something. Colleges and universities aren't offering a lot of advanced standing or credit for courses that people have. For those people who are starting their education all over, they generally don't qualify for financial support. If you already have a degree from another country, you don't qualify for federal support through FAFSA. If you're an asylum seeker, you don't qualify for financial aid until you have permanent status. And for the asylum seekers, what we see is not just the people that we work with, which are generally the adults, but many of them have children now who are graduating from high school, and they're also not eligible for financial aid to get into college. English proficiency at many different levels is a big challenge for people. As I mentioned, there's not a lot of accurate information out there. And so people make decisions based on inaccurate information. Employee assistance programs don't necessarily fit the needs of people who are going for licensing. For many individuals, their immigration status impacts whether or not they're able to participate in a workforce program. And I'll give you two examples where this is an issue. For people who are here as asylum seekers, there will be a period of time that they have to wait before they are eligible to work. And during the past few years, that length of time has changed and it has become more uncertain. So it's not easy to predict, yes, in 3 months' time, you will be able to get your work authorization. But what that time is good for is getting as much training and English into people as possible. And so some of the programs that we have that are federally funded or based on federal criteria, people aren't eligible for those until they get their work authorization. And then at the other end, we've mentioned that people aren't eligible for scholarships for through FAFSA, and for some who might potentially have to borrow money to move forward with their schooling. If they don't have permanent status yet, they're not able to borrow the money that they need. And that typically applies to asylum seekers. And that process now for some people can stretch to 10 or 12 years. And then, as I mentioned previously, mid-level healthcare positions are few and far between. So Vanessa, do you want to add anything to this part of it?
Sure. About the, the last point, a lot of doctors, nurses, and other professionals that are coming to the US and would like to continue their practice kind of get stuck or caught in jobs that are nowhere near their potential and nowhere near meeting the needs of the state. So one of the things we've discovered is there's a real lack of a position where employers could use the skills that they have, while they're continuing to advance like a higher level than a CNA. So that's something that we've been interested in and working with employers on.
Okay, thanks. Next slide then. All right, so we have a number of recommendations. And what we've tried to do, since, as I said, this is such a decentralized system, that as we've come up with our recommendations, we've tried to break them down. So if you're a college, here's what you can do. If you're an employer, here are the recommendations that apply to you. And so Vanessa, you can go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, for colleges, if they can give more advanced standing or credit for courses that people have already taken, if they can be flexible about how someone's degree is evaluated, and if they can just try and figure out how to get more financial aid to this group of people who don't have access to support that's federally funded. Employers can modify their tuition assistance programs, and they might also look at ways to provide internships to new Mainers. Internships, many employers already provide these, even the state, but typically they're provided to college students. And a new Mainer who's just starting their career out, they can really benefit from experience in an employment setting where they're learning and they're in a more supportive role that an internship can play. And then also, if employers can look at investing in some of the employees that they have so that they can move up from that entry-level position into one that takes more advantage of their previous training and careers. Licensing, there are some changes that can happen there that we're already seeing some good progress in the state. The fourth column or row here, state programs and policy. And these are what essentially some fall under you. If Department of Labor, DHHS, and FAME can look at their criteria that you have for some of the workforce programs, and either through legislation, rulemaking, or policy change, figure out how to adapt some of the programs we already have to meet the needs of this particular population. And then finally, the state of Maine invested in our program at Portland Adult Ed in 2013, and we've been able to develop a lot of expertise through the years that we've been doing this. And what we'd like to do now is try and figure out how to provide more support and assistance to other programs around the state, and to offer some more tailored programs that meet some of the specific needs that keep people from moving ahead with licensing in the healthcare sector. Okay, Vanessa. So our recommendations to you is to think about establishing a working group that can look at the existing programs that are there and figure out what are some of the tweaks that might need to be made so that they can better meet the needs of this population. Allow asylum seekers who don't yet have their Social Security number to participate in workforce training programs. And again, I know there are federal dollars that are attached to that, and this may take new money from the state to meet the needs of this population. But again, the more training that can be offered to people before they get their work authorization, the better off they are, because they will be able to be many steps ahead of the type of job that they will be able to get than if they have to wait until they get their work authorization for those jobs, because at that point, they're just feeling the weight of the world on their shoulders to go out and get whatever job they can get as soon as possible. And at that point, they might not have time for the training that they could have taken advantage of before they were eligible to work. Investing in more people around the state to help advise health professionals as they're going through these, the licensing issues. Work with employers to develop an incumbent worker program so that they can move their current workers into higher level positions. And again, just look at the workforce funds that the state already has available to see how can they be adjusted to meet the needs of people who are trying to go through licensing. And for them, they might be going for an advanced degree, which doesn't fall under CSSP, or it might be a year, a 4 or 5 year effort that someone has to go through to study for and take the different tests or do the internships or trainings that they need to do. And again, some of our programs don't necessarily meet that particular time frame or those particular expenses. So a working group could look at more of these issues and figure out where you might be able to bring about some changes. Okay. There is some legislation in that I hope you'll all think about supporting. LD 149 is the bill that was based on that working group that looked at licensing issues that's coming from Commissioner Head. And this really makes some very significant changes in giving the state more flexibility around this, some of the barriers that people face, such as where they can have their degree evaluated, or if they can't get their documents, you know, giving the state the discretion to decide or give a provisional license for someone. And then I think the engineers, this LD11, that's a good example of a profession that's done what it can to try and expand access for licensing for people. Okay, next one, Vanessa. The vision that we have for adult ed, and we're almost finished here, is that if you're an immigrant or a refugee and you've got a previous healthcare profession experience and you want to work in the healthcare field, we want to help you reach your fullest potential. And to do that, that's why we're looking for an expanded programming for ourselves, so that, again, we're able to, if we don't offer the courses ourselves, you know, to connect people to prep courses or tests or application services or whatever, so again, so that people will be able to move ahead with their careers. One example I'll give you, we're part of a national network called the Welcome Back Centers, and there are 9 or 10 of these that are around the country, and the program in Boston focuses specifically on nurses. But we don't have a lot of nurses coming through our program. So for us to try and offer what's called an NCLEX, that's the test that nurses have to take for licensing test course, we don't have that. But if we could sign up people in Boston's program, you know, that's one example of how we might be able to expand the resources that we have available here to people. Okay, next one. And again, if we do this, you know, hopefully we'll be able to help people reach their fullest potential. We'll have a more diversified workforce. We'll help meet the shortages that state health employers are facing, and we'll hopefully attract people to Maine. And as I said earlier, you know, many of the recommendations we're discussing, although apply specifically to healthcare, they also cut across the board to other sectors as well. Okay. So create a working group, help us expand our capacity, and support LD 149 would be 3 steps that you as a committee or individuals can take going forward.
I think that's it. I'm going to stop sharing. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions?
Yes, I see Representative Bradstreet has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have my hand up a lot, don't I? I'd like some clarification. I think you said somewhere and I'm trying to get it verbatim if I can, the mid-level healthcare positions utilizing their skills don't exist in Maine. Is that something that should exist in Maine? But if they don't exist here, why would they want to be trained for something that doesn't exist here?
And I'm glad you asked that question. So that means we have to explain it a little better. So what we see is that people are able to get into entry-level positions like CNA or phlebotomy. But for someone who might not be able to be licensed again as a doctor, for them to try and move into, you know, some of what are like the allied health or nursing positions, there's not an easy path for them to get into those. Doctors have a scope of practice that's very wide, and many of these positions have a much narrower scope of practice. And so there's not an easy path for anyone. They essentially have to start all over for any of those. So I'm glad you asked it, and we'll try and make that clearer as we do these presentations in the future. So we don't want positions that don't meet a need. We just want to help people get into one that uses as much of their skills as possible.
Okay, I do have another question too, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, then we'll have Representative Gear and Representative Drinkwater.
Okay, and I'm wondering, in a case like this, and I've heard this about other types of training programs and educational programs we have here in Maine, that we make the effort to train and educate people, and as soon as they get the degrees they need, they go somewhere else where there's more money and more opportunity. Is there a way we can address that so that we don't pay this and then they're gone?
Maybe as you think about what the criteria are for some of it, I don't really have an answer for that. But that's certainly something that could be considered.
If I can just add to that, just 2 points on that I'd say many people have come here to Maine, in this part of the country, because they have family members here, and they're establishing themselves here. So that's something that it's a lot different for an asylum seeker or refugee to move around, right? Than it is maybe somebody who goes through a program then says, oh, I'm going to go to New York because I'm going to get $10 more. The other thing too, to think about, and there's a bill that's not quite out yet, but there are some programs that will, and this what maybe I'm referring to is that they may require some service in the state for some kind of reimbursement. And that's something we are exploring. And that's actually something that that we hope to, if you all are supportive of put together some kind of working group for the Department of Labor on these aspects, those are areas we can certainly explore.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm just going to follow up, Ms. Sutton, about the particular question that that Representative Bradstreet asked, which is, when you say there's not a career path from, say, starting out as a CNA or a phlebotomist, does that mean that's something that's unique to Maine, that we don't have, what would be that mid-level career position? I'm just trying to make sure I understand where the lack is, because if that's something that we can create, or is it something that just generally does not exist in the industry?
It doesn't exist for foreign trained doctors or nurses. It exists for people who have gone through training here. But if I'm a doctor and I've spent, many years going to school and working, I'm essentially having to start my career all over again. And if I don't have access to scholarship for financial aid, then I'm also having to figure out how am I going to pay for this at the same time. One of the things, and this is why we also are pushing for people to get more credit for the courses that they've taken and maybe get advanced standing. One of the programs that we're exploring or suggesting is that there might be a nursing program that gets developed that's specifically for foreign trained doctors. So you're on a fast track to getting your RN associate degree. So again, trying to find ways to get people into where they can, again, use the experience that they have. And there are opportunities if you're not essentially going into a clinical position, though those are easier to do, but it's trying to find that clinical role that can use the most of your experience, that it's hard to get people on those paths.
And if I could ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
And this is just to make sure I understand clearly. Is it because the credentials that person holds, so say they were a doctor, a practicing doctor in their country, that those credentials cannot be certified here in any way? Or is it that they can't get credit for the education they have? I'm just trying to understand the source of the problem.
So for the path to be licensed again as a physician, there are, we could spend hours talking about all of those challenges, but essentially for people who are foreign trained doctors and all, the residency programs are limited across the country, and people who are fresh out of medical school in the US are the ones that get those residency spots. And if you're here as an asylum seeker or a refugee and you've been out of school for more than 5 years, you're not at all competitive. So your chance of being licensed as a physician again are minimal. And so that's why we're looking for other paths. When we've had degrees evaluated, they come back and say, yes, you have the equivalent of a medical degree, but that's different than being licensed. And so what we're talking about now is a nursing program looking at that doctor's degree and saying, well, yes, you studied all of these things. We'll give you credit for this much, and you only have a few more courses to take. So it's recognizing that training that they've done towards whatever it is for that other type of profession. Again, we have most of the health professions are so siloed that it's very difficult to cut across, even if I'm someone who knows more than the people who are starting out in that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Drinkwater, followed by Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we ran into this same type of problem in education in the last term, in that we had qualified educators come from out of state, out of country, that wanted to teach. And our state of Maine standards were too high for them to have an easy pathway. So are you saying that the state of Maine standards are too high, or are you saying that it's a healthcare provider's standards are too high?
I don't think I'm saying either of those. I'm saying that, and again, the challenges we face here are not just Maine. This is happening across the country. I'm saying because of how the professions are so, again, siloed is the best term that I can think of. It's hard for someone who has experience that isn't along the traditional path that someone here in the US would have taken to become that radiology technician or that nurse or whatever, that we aren't giving as much credit for that experience, or we don't find other paths, other avenues for them to get into that profession. Vanessa, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a question of standard. This is a national problem. It's a lot of there's different sectors. So you have licensing, you have employers, you have education. And there's just a lot of roadblocks or gatekeeping. A lot of it is not even, they don't realize that it's not on purpose. It's not to do that. So just a question, like one, so it's not necessarily a standard. So you might have a university or college, take one of the community colleges or any of them in Maine, and they might use a particular company to evaluate somebody's past transcripts. Well, there's a lot of different evaluators and they're all, very, very good, but different places use different ones and you might only use one, right? So there's just some things like that, that evaluator might say, well, these classes really don't count. You might have to do this, where another place has a different evaluator. So some states, Colorado, for instance, their nursing board has opened up to different evaluators just to give nurses different options to try to become licensed. So sometimes it's just a thing like that could make a big difference.
And I think, again, looking at who we have in Maine, who's coming here, refugees and asylum seekers. So if I'm here as a refugee from Afghanistan or Iraq, my school might not even exist anymore. And many of the evaluation companies, particularly for the licensed professions, they want documents sent or verified from your school. And so for many people, that's not going to be possible. Whereas most of the people we work with, they've brought their documents with them. So if they can use another company that will allow them to submit the documents and not have them come from their school, then they can move ahead. But again, if they're relying on that school to send, and I remember when I first started here, I was working with someone who this was a couple of engineers, and I was talking to him about how he could potentially get his documents. And engineering is one profession where you have to have them sent from your school to a national licensing group. And you also have to send your, not just your transcripts, your course descriptions. And so as I was talking to him about this, I would say, well, can you get those? And he goes, it's Africa. You know, that was essentially his response, that, you know, there's no control. There's no way, if you're here as an asylum seeker, you know, they don't really care, or you might not want them to know where you are. So there are a lot of issues in terms of people having what they're able to produce from their home school or country. And that can get in the way of many people moving forward. And so more flexibility is one way to address that.
So if I'm picking up what you're saying is there's two obstacles to these professionals. One is the state's standards, and the second is the industry standards. And talking to some health professionals in Massachusetts, they're saying that English is a major barrier for a lot of people. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And thanks very much. Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say to folks from the committee that I know when we had Director Quint on, there were some questions about adult ed in general and language programs and some other things. And so, you know, certainly Director Sutton, if it's going on in adult education in the state of Maine, Director Sutton certainly knows about it or knows where she can point you to find out about it. So if somebody had some of those questions that we weren't able to get answered earlier. But what I wanted to ask about was your work, your incumbent employee work that you've done with businesses and employers, and any work that, you know, you've either already done or maybe are potentially doing. And I'm going to throw in, I see Senator Guerin had a question in the chat that she has some folks in her church who are RNs, who are working as CNAs, and was wondering whether there was anything in the northern part of the state, Bangor or else, or and what employers you might have been working with statewide.
Okay, that's a lot.
And I apologize. You can take just the part about incumbent employers and then come back.
Sure. Through Portland Adult Education, we are working with Mercy Hospital and Northern Lights, and through Maine Medical Center. And they are looking at many of the people they've hired who are like in environmental services type positions and trying to figure out how to move them up into other positions. And Portland Adult Ed has developed training programs. We have one consistently going with Maine Med now, and are just starting one with Mercy Hospital. And so those are really good avenues. Unfortunately, at this point, they're just looking at, you know, environmental services and moving up to another level. Prior to the work the position at Adult Ed, I worked at the Muskie School and was part of something called the Health Workforce Forum. And the state of Maine had like a $4 million grant at that point to help expand the state's health workforce program. Joan Dolan, who now is at DOL in charge of CSSP and apprenticeship, she was the project director of that. And a lot of that work was working with employers and helping train people to be nurses or be other positions. So the state has good models for it previously, and we're continuing to do that. One of the things that we'd like to see possible, and I'll give two examples. Right now we have a pharmacist that we're working with who's been at Maine Med working as a pharmacy tech for a number of years, and we have a physician who's at Maine Med working as a phlebotomist, and the pharmacist is going towards his pharmacy degree, and the physician is going towards the medical licensing. And each of them, it takes a lot of time to study for those tests. It takes thousands of dollars to pay for those tests and those application fees. And they're both sort of at a point now where they need time off to either study for a test or do an internship. And if Maine Med as an employer could say, yes, we're going to invest in this particular person, and we see that this is his or her career path, and we have this amount of money that we're putting aside for these different pieces of that. That's the sort of program that we're hoping employers will start thinking about. one of the things we've seen is, and I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing, Maine doesn't have a lot of any one profession. You know, there might be 2 or 3 pharmacists over here, or a few nurses here, or a few doctors here, and they each have their own needs. Maybe one needs more English, maybe one needs to take a couple courses. And so there's not a one size fits all for any one profession or group of people. And so that's why, as we think about trying to develop more resources at Portland Adult Education, the way I picture it is we're in an old Catholic school that has 2 floors. And, you know, what we're talking about is not the traditional adult ed program, but a 3rd floor that gets built on that, where, all right, if you want to be a pharmacist, here are the degrees, here are the tech prep courses that you need to have to prepare for that. And here's some resources to help. And if you're an occupational therapist, here's what you need, so that we have those resources available to help people make it through licensing. Representative Bradstreet, you mentioned English before. That's a big issue for people as they're starting out, but also as they're taking these tests, which are typically timed tests. And if you're not a native English speaker, to take one of these tests that you have to sit through for 9 hours or 7 hours or whatever, or even 2 hours, you know, they're very challenging and people have a hard time passing those. So developing the resources where we can help people with their testing skills. And again, if this is something that doesn't just serve the Portland area, but helps people around the state, you know, that's the vision or the goal that we have for what we would like to be able to do and what we think it will take to help the state move forward generally, to be able to help people move up to using their greatest potential. Vanessa, you want to add anything to that?
You nailed my question. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
The only thing I want to add, just as I followed up to the senator's question about just having those folks contact us, but that's part of when we're talking about expanding our services, we're talking about making it statewide. I mean, there's the issue of foreign trained health professionals, and and our general services are, we're getting a lot of inquiries just like today from Bangor, of course, Lewiston, and other areas around the state. That's what we're hoping to do, is expand our services throughout the state.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet, you have another question?
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm wondering, are there any federal laws that are either preventing or discouraging in some way what you're trying to do? Or is this a case of primarily adequate funding and maybe reviewing some of our licensing requirements?
I think the immigration laws, particularly around asylum seekers, have really caused problems and really are a significant hurdle for many people. And they change year to year. And as I said, it now can take 10 to 12 years, for someone to potentially go through that. So I think looking at immigration reform, and the federal government can put more resources into the asylum process so that applications are processed more quickly. There are resources to help people through it, and again, it's just that's one big challenge that the country as a whole has, a challenge that most of the people we're working here with are dealing with. And as I said, 75 to 90% of the people that we work with have some sort of college training already. And I don't think Maine as a state can really afford not to take advantage of those skills and the training that people bring with them. And at this point, we're not, with a little bit of investment, we can get much more from people who are already here.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, folks? Well, I commend you both for your work and the 2013 legislature that kind of helped formulate this. This is pretty outstanding on there. A lot of forethought there, and here we are. There's certainly a need. We're interested in, we hear a lot about attracting a workforce to Maine, and this is an opportunity to do it. So thank you both very much. We appreciate you being here, and keep up the good work.
Thank you for your time, and we'll be happy to follow up in any way that is appropriate.
Yes, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks.
Okay, thank